approach all of this with a tremendous amount of skepticism. I can almost guarantee you that some of these images that we'll look at right now will not be authentic. At least maybe one or two of these might be from something else, so we're doing our best to look at what's being displayed, but there is a chance that some of this could be inauthentic, it could be from something else, etc. But anyway, it looks like there's multiple explosions from Norcon Air Base of Pakistan, headquarters of the Pakistan Army. Tit-for-tat action by India after Pakistan. So India is actually bombing Pakistan now. Oh shit! Here we go.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है।
ahead. Come on up. Come on up. Come on, come.
Holy fuck!
खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस पे
Oh my god. India ain't no bitch. It seems that way. Yeah, it seems like all that, you know, all those memes about Gandhi being aggro and civilization. Apparently that was real.
एक दूसरा ब्लास्ट भी हुआ है हमारी ये नूर खान एयर बेस पे और बहुत तेजी से ये एक और अटैक हुआ और ये आप लोग देख सकते हैं कि कितना ये काफी ज्यादा हुआ है। ये भी सेकंड ब्लास्ट हुआ
That's what's it.
और ये काफी
Headquarters for
हैवी
the
ब्लास्ट हुआ
Pakistani army.
है। ये अभी एक
Wow. And here's another video right here too. Islamabad. Damn. I've got to say that, you know, from all of these different images being put out at the same time of seemingly different angles of the same thing happening, it is making me believe that this is what happened. Indian projectile successfully intercepted Norcon Air Base in Pakistan. It fell on the airport road near the base. Look at this. This is the big one here. Take a look at this. Holy shit. So they stopped the missile before it got to the military base.
मैंने भी सोचा मैं कहा नहीं यार तो बड़ा रिस्क है
नहीं शायद स्पीड में हुआ वो
Wow.
ये उल्टा है यहाँ पे मेरे सामने उल्टा है तेजी होके उलट गया वो तेजी से निकला है
I gotta say again that we really have to think about, you know, especially if we're like, you know, if any of you guys are from America, how big of a privilege it is that we live in a country where this shit just never happens, right? Like it's like one of those like peace of mind things that like you and I probably never even consider, but like this is fucking terrifying. Yet, yeah, hopefully it stays that way, right? And it now appears Indian missiles have landed on a road near Pakistan's base, so they shot down the missile maybe. Visual confirmation of the strike on Noon Air Base. Multiple massive explosions heard. So that's at the base? Ooh. Damn. Wow. So the missile just landed just fine. Well, it probably, no. I think what happened is that the missile, it got shot down and it didn't actually hit its original location that it was intended for. Jesus. The sound really makes it more real. Yeah.
बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर
They're both testing out each other's anti-missile tech. It's a prerequisite for all-out war.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक
Jesus. This is the same one as before.
ये भी मिसाइल गिरा
The missile dropped there.
की बैक साइड पे और बहुत ही ऊंची
Oh my God.
बहुत ही ऊंची आवाज है ये जस्ट अभी ये मिसाइल गिरा ये भी मिसाइल गिरा
पे ये चिकलाला एयरबेस पे इन्होंने फेंका ये एक कोर
Shot down missiles do not explode in the ground but in the air. That's a good point.
उधर से गुजरा
I don't know enough about
वो
that.
देखें
Like,
एक और अटैक
like that sounds like, yeah, like it depends, right?
अल्लाह खैर करे ये धमाके की आवाज
Yeah, it probably depends, right? I think you bring up a good point.
ये एक और प्यारा फायर करता.
Let me see here if there's any more of this. Damn. Exactly, it's both probing each other's defenses and responses. Also, when enemy units scramble, they give the locations, capabilities, etc. Is there a confirmation that this was indeed India's missile or Pakistan terror attack on purpose to instigate the war more? I would assume that with a missile that is, like, a lot of terrorist organizations don't have access to ballistic missiles in this way. Like, maybe a handful of them do, but like a local Pakistani insurgency group probably doesn't have access to a missile like this. Yeah, I mean, I think it was India. Yeah, I would say it probably would be India. You'd be surprised? They do. Some of you guys are saying that they do. They could be.
Oh. Men hon får bli själv. Upp, upp. Come on. Aha. That's what I was looking for. Just need a catacombs crasher now. 3 more minutes.
Government back. Look, how about this? I think it was probably India, but there's a possibility that they could have done it as a false flag. Sure, it's possible. Norcon airbase hitting Ron Pauly. Holy fuck. India carried out the strikes. Yeah, there it is.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है.
Jesus. God fucking damn. And it also does, it seems like this is getting confirmed more and more. Like more people are like saying this is actually happening. The missile travels at 2.8 speed, 2.8 times the speed of sound. Missiles can be intercepted via jamming, so it explains why it hit the ground. Yeah, again, I'm not a fucking missile expert, right? I have no idea. Indian missile strikes seem to have struck at least one Pakistani sea. Oh wow.
Okay, come on, let me find the good shit. Riven there. Shit, I need catacombs crusher.
So they actually hit one of their transports? Damn.
Come on. Catacombs Crusher. Oh my god. And it is there.
I have saved the best for now.
I need a taunt. There we go. That's a taunt. More undead, please. That's not a catacombs.
That will serve you well.
Finally, I can start stacking. Took way too long. Hey.
Wow. Bro, why do you think there's so much war in the world? Why can't people just eat food and chill? I think the reason why you're seeing so many wars happen right now is probably because you have better video cameras and better video footage that gives people the ability to access it as much as possible. I think that's probably the biggest reason why. And I think that things like this have been happening probably for like dozens of years. Like think about, for example, like all the movies we watched whenever we were like, you know, teenagers about like different random like wars that are happening in Africa. But because nobody over there had iPhones to record the wars happening, we thought everything was just pretty much whatever. So yeah, shit's always been happening. Yeah, definitely. Give me my second. My dad's calling me. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it.
और एक गाड़ी बड़ी गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना आग लगी, गाड़ी गुजर गई ये। मैंने भी सोचा
You're on speaker. You're on speaker. Yeah.
उल्टा है यहाँ पे, मेरे सामने उल्टा है। तेजी होके उलट गया, वो तेजी से निकला।
like a mushroom, like that's whatever it hit. And if you look, one of the videos that you showed was a close-up kind of, and you can see that missile was one that exploded on the ground. By the way,
Yeah.
it exploded by hitting a tanker or a tank of gas, or that's what it looks like. I told you before. What's the most explosive substance?
Gasoline.
Compressed.
Yeah.
And that's see that 2 hits. See the 2 hits. Watch it again.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and an aerial explosion is almost always an anti-personnel or a concussion that is meant to take out things above the ground, you know?
Yeah.
So if you have it just hit the ground, you think of it as an artillery round or a rocket.
Right.
Inside it is explosives, but all around the explosives are projectiles.
Oh yeah, with shrapnel. Yeah.
So if it hits the ground, how much of that shrapnel goes into the ground?
A lot. Yeah.
So that's why you use an aerial explosion either to do that, or there's another way of making.
Yeah. I know.
A fine
Kemana?
Yeah.
That the explosive causes a great deal of concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, primarily by putting in more explosive because you don't have to use the room for the flechettes or whatever they're using. Shrapnel.
Yeah.
So a concussion, by sending that into like the middle of the city, you can knock down 10 buildings. You know.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think they're at that level yet. I think that this was yeah.
और एक गाड़ी को गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना गाड़ी मैंने भी सोचा कि मैं
Yeah. It's an air base. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, it was an air base, and so what are you going to set off an area explosion to
और एक
try to
गाड़ी
get
मैंने
the
गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना
fucking roof of their
मैंने भी सोचा कि नहीं यार तो बड़ा
their barracks or whatever the fuck? I mean, you know.
Yeah.
What do you get? 100 guys? That's nothing. I mean, so that's that. And earlier when you showed the parade with
The Russian parade. Yeah.
Russian parade, yeah. Eating whatever his name is, the Chinese emperor. He said that he wants to form, and I looked for it on the paper this morning. I
Yeah.
seen it on TV. Wants to form a steely or a steel bond with Russia to take over.
दफ्तर खान के पीछे एयर बेस के
Well, I
ऊपर
bet they do. I mean, if I was them, that's what I'd be trying to do.
Well, that's what he's. Oh, sure, but I mean, he said it that way.
Yeah.
The steel, an unbreakable bond.
I need this if I want to win next fight.
Yeah, steel bond.
Yeah, yeah.
The translation was that with Russia, and in large part, or in no small part, because of all this tariff shit.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's definitely true. There's like a degree of that causing this. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, look, let me get back and yeah. Go ahead.
Either 29, but I believe it was 39 heads of state.
Yeah.
I mean, the main guys like Bullhead from and you got to figure Bullhead had to travel all the way by train. Mention that he's afraid of flying. He travels only by train, and it takes him like 3 or 4 days to get there to get to Moscow. I mean, he's got a serious fucking trip.
Yeah,
And,
I didn't know.
Was flying. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's hysterical about it. I mean, what a freak.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what was going on with that this morning.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. That little jerk, and that's what he does. He has a special train that takes him to. I read that about when he went to Moscow before.
All right. Thanks for letting me know. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
All right,
Yo, bye. Yeah, my dad was in the military, and so he, knows a bit about those the missiles and everything too himself, and he's interested in it, etc. And Pakistan Lieutenant General, his father, he's a designated U.S. terrorist. Oh, I mean, I know. They've got a lot of OG Terrys. Bullhead is Kim Jong-un, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was obvious, but yeah, definitely, right? And there it is. Let's see. Thanks for your input. Yeah, no, definitely OG Terrys. Yeah, the OG Terrys. And wow. Well,
Come on. Yes, that's one triple, at least. Another Hawk Strider. That's interesting.
at least like a lot of people don't really seem like they're getting attacked, right? Or like there's not really anybody that's died, which is good. It doesn't really seem like there's any casualties, etc. But yeah, OG Terry is crazy. Oh, we like to have a little bit of fun. What can I say? But yeah, there it is. Anyway, I'm really not surprised by seeing this happen. I think it's going to probably continue, and it seems like it's just ongoing at this point. It's just they're just doing more and more and more of it. So I don't know when this is going to stop, if this is going to stop. I mean, yeah, we should expect victims. Yeah, well, either way, it's good that there aren't any. I mean, either, Pakistani or Indian. I mean, let's be fucking honest. Most of the people that live there don't have a fucking thing to do with this. So, yeah, I mean, I'll scroll down and see if there's any more information about this in general. And to be honest, it makes China look weak if they pact with monetarily unstable Russia. Well, we'll see what happens, right? I mean, I think there's like 10 different things that are happening in general. Get ready for the calls to, quote, de-escalate from the usual 0.5 suspects in India after these visuals from the den of Pakistan's military.
That's crazy. I need to go first, otherwise I might be fucked. Come on, let me go. No! Let me go. No, I'm a Riven there. I'm dead. I did not win this one. Damn. Exactly 15 too. Finley or Onyxia?
Jesus. We have the inning girl. I think it's an older broadcast because they're not broadcasting this current news right now. I checked it 2 times. Pakistan deployed 400 drones targeting religious and civilian sites. The drones were from Turkey. Really, is that true? Let me go ahead and pull it up and see. Let me finish this one right now, though. Because I don't want to go too far into this because I did want to play that Expedition 33 game. But we will cover the new part of this. It's true. Yeah, no, but we'll cover this first before we go over to it, all right? So don't worry about it. Turkey supports Pakistan. Oh, this happened literally 3 minutes ago. Let me try and maybe do this one because they might have a translation for it, okay? Actually, let me try this one.
Of the drone debris is being undertaken.
So this is the Indian Air Force.
Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey.
So Turkey's giving Pakistan drones to attack civilians? Huh. Really not beating the terrorism allegations, are they? And this is the same, this is Erdogan. This is the same Erdogan that put his political opponent in jail and then removed his degree in order to make it to where he couldn't run against them. That's correct? That this is the same guy? Yeah, okay, right, okay. So they've got a really they've got a really good thing going on over there, right? What a bunch of pieces of shit. Jesus. See, he did that like 10 times. Well, Pakistan, they had a bunch of protests. I don't know what happened with that. I'm gonna move this up so you guys can read it. It's hard to know how big that is. You mean the Turkey protest, not Pakistan? Yeah, did I say Pakistan? I didn't mean to.
6. Missing 1 coin. Aye.
Control. Drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of
So they have like a kinetic machine that can kind of take them down. I think I'd seen that happen before.
these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence.
I think that actually brings up a really, like, I think she's right about that. That it actually, like, as this same thing people in the chat were saying, is that it's not even, the goal isn't even to kill people. It's to basically test what their capabilities are and like how they can counteract them.
Examination of the drone debris
for like
is being
information.
undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey. Later in the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Kandahar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Aknoor, and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area.
Wow.
Which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire.
They're really popping off? Yeah, they are.
No Anubarak.
Wow. The crazy thing is that I bet this is going to keep getting worse. Yeah, I mean, 4 hours, but yeah, really, I mean, like, it seems that way. Things keep escalating. Yeah, they do. And, like, I feel like yesterday it's worse than it was, or sorry, today it's worse than it was yesterday, and yesterday it's worse than it was the day before. Is this a bullshit video? Let me double check. That's how escalating works? Yeah, usually, right? Huh? How about that? Pakistan is using civilian airplanes as shields? I don't know about that. Will not de-escalate? Oh boy. This is already what we've seen before.
This narrative war is all about perception. If you cannot tell and defend your story, someone else will twist it and write it for you. So that's what India's diplomats are doing. They are defending India's story. Now let's look at the other side of the border, which is quite chaotic, I must tell you. Pakistan has no dearth of talking heads. In fact, they had quite the army to send to foreign channels, like Defense Minister Khwaja Asif, Information Minister Ataullah Tarar, and former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto. Instead of defending, they are scoring own goals. They don't offer facts.
Jesus Christ.
They come with feelings and Freudian slips. Take Defense Minister Khwaja Asif. He went on Sky News. He was asked if Pakistan backs terror groups, and this is what he had to say.
You do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, you know, and West, including Britain.
It was quite the moment of honesty, I must say, but Khwaja Asif was not the only one sipping the truth serum.
Okay.
Enter Bilawal Bhutto Zardari.
The worst part is I think that there's a good chance that he could be partially not lying.
Trying to do damage control. Instead, he let the truth slip out. He was asked about Pakistan's terror links, and he ended up saying this.
I don't think that it's a secret that Pakistan has a past as far as extremist groups are concerned.
No, it's not.
And as a result of this, we have suffered. Pakistan has suffered.
Credit where it's due. This is more honesty than we're used to hearing from Islamabad. Bilawal Bhutto is right, of course. Pakistan does have a terror-linked past. But he skipped a tiny detail. Pakistan also has a terror-linked present. And if things keep going this way, a terror-linked future too. So should Pakistan's ministers get some media training? Well, we can offer some tips. Before setting your ministers loose on BBC and CNN, run a few mock interviews. Or better still, just watch India's diplomats for some time. Take notes. And if that's too much work, here's an easier option. Stick to state TV, read from a script, blame a foreign hand, and hope that the world is not watching. They say truth is the first casualty of war. Yesterday, it died a million deaths. If you were watching television or scrolling through social media, you would think this was an all-out war. You see, Pakistan is not just peddling fake narratives, it is also peddling fake news, and we have already been debunking them for the last few days. Tonight, we've come with some more examples.
We're going to watch this and we'll move on,
starting with AI-generated videos like this one.
Wait, what?
It talks about India shooting down 2 Pakistani jets. This video is fake.
What?
The second is an old war footage passed off as new. Like this image, retweeted many times as India's attack on the Karachi port.
That's good AI,
Turns
by
out
the way.
it was a visual from Gaza. Then there's this video of a Pakistani attack on Jammu. The video was from Dhaka. So again, fake, of course. There are also fake headlines, like this one. A Chinese daily shared an old image claiming 3 Indian jets crashed.
Wow.
The image was fake.
Indians are dumb,
It was from 2019.
Oh, wait a minute.
A Pakistani handle claimed
fake?
that a Sukhoi Su-30 MKI was shot down. The Indian pilot was captured. Again, this
What a
was
bunch
fake
of
news.
bullshit.
This picture was from 2014. Here's another one. It says that ATMs in India will be closed for 2 to 3 days. Fake news.
God.
It was spread to create panic, to send people rushing to the banks. And that's the purpose of this, really. But it wasn't just social media that was the problem. Mainstream media also seemed to have taken the bait this time.
No.
And now we know that reporting during a conflict like this one is tough. The viewers want to know what's going on, and you want to put out information fast. It can be tough in the fog of war.
True.
So it's important to prioritize accuracy over speed. Unfortunately, some channels faltered and ran headlines like these. Indian Navy strikes the Karachi port. Fake news.
Who did this?
Indian Army takes over Lahore. Again, fake. Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir toppled in a coup. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif captured and locked in a basement. Imran Khan to be released within hours. Pakistani pilot captured after India downs an F-16 fighter jet. All of this was fake news. Yet it ran on mainstream media. The clips were forwarded on WhatsApp. They were retweeted hundreds of times. It was repeated so much
Is
that it
WhatsApp
almost
where
seemed
all the
like
bullshit
reality.
is there?
Why did this happen?
Oh my God.
Because the hunger to be first beat the responsibility of verifying news. It's a strange thing, really, and the paradox of the times we live in. We have more access to information than ever before, yet we are more vulnerable to being misled. And a war makes that even worse. In moments of national anxiety and crisis, people aren't just looking for news, they're looking for credibility, they're looking for clarity, something to hold on to during a crisis. And the answer to that can never be fake news. We know you want updates, but accuracy is more important than speed. At First Post, we're choosing to hold on to that. We're choosing to hold on to accuracy. That means
it seems like it's another day full of bullshit, huh? Indian Mia's better. Yeah, let her cook. Well, I mean, it seems like they're kind of like going through it again, right? And no, I'm really glad to see this. Obviously, I mean, media calling out media is strangely refreshing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to do that. IMF just approved 1.3 billion loan to Pakistan a few hours ago. Oh boy. What we're seeing right now is the media ecosystem really emphasizing fake news in many cases. So nothing's happening. Media calling out media is strangely refreshing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to do that. IMF just approved 1.3 billion loan to Pakistan a few hours ago. Oh boy. What we're seeing right now is the media ecosystem really emphasizing fake news in many cases. So nothing's happening. There is something happening, but it seems like it was just one bombing and that was about it. There's nothing that's like really following that up. It was the thing that we had just watched a little while ago.
Oh, Ocean Man. Ocean Man.
A child walked into a school building in Buffalo.
This shit look like real life. And you can just walk in any door? Like any door. Oh, I'm finna just walk in people's houses and beat them up there. What the fuck? Oh, shit! What the fuck? Get my fuck! Huh? Wait. This you from the game? Hold on. Nigga. I knew it. I said this shit looks too fucking real. These niggas have found a way to connect the gaming world to the real world. But you gotta be a hologram because you really just walked in my...
You fucked up. Huh? You fucked up. I don't think you're supposed to touch me.
What?
I don't think you're supposed to touch me. Am I free? Am I free? What? I just haven't seen my family in so long. How long has this game been in development?
Wait. What's going on?
How long has this game been in development?
12 years.
Fuck! Oh my life's ruined.
Oh my God. This shit is a movie.
No, you have to listen. These are real niggas they're using. Why do you think the graphics are so good?
Real niggas?
Think, yes. Oh my God, I'm a real nigga. I've been trapped.
Wait, I'm confused. So you do this dialogue with like everybody or?
No, listen. We have to find somebody right now to help us.
What are you
We
saying?
have to go right now.
But this shit look real.
Actually, we did.
I'm getting scared.
Why don't we get the controller? We got.
What controller? Oh shit! Did I press him? What do you?
Bro, this game look real as a bitch.
Nah, bro, and they got a local multiplayer on this mod.
Nah, bro, they dead ass covered everything, bro.
You hunt well. How will you prepare? Such soothing beats.
Soaking up the thirst of the land.
A man followed him. Minutes later, that man was tackled by a staff member.
So, Buffalo schools are covering up child abuse. What the fuck?
Minutes later, that man was tackled by a staff member and arrested for attempted abduction. The child's parents were never told. The only reason anyone found out is because a detective got a copy of deleted surveillance footage handed to him by a staffer who secretly recorded it on a phone.
And so this is from the
footage was
podcast.
erased. The family found out from the district attorney. That detective's name is Richard High. He's not a political actor. He's not a teacher. He's not a disgruntled parent.
Hello, Dre Day. Not gonna lie, this game looks a little boring, but I'm just saying. I mean, it kind of is, but I'm not sure what else to play. So, hello.
He's an SVU cop, 13 years. Years on the Buffalo police force, 2 years assigned to child sexual assault cases. And he says the school system in Buffalo doesn't just fail to report crimes, it suppresses them, it obstructs justice, it hides victims, and it ignores subpoenas. High laid it all out in April 2025 on a podcast, then on camera, then in court filings. Within 48 hours, over 650,000 people had heard what he said, and what he said was specific. He claimed the Buffalo Public School District routinely labeled child sexual assault reports as information only to prevent them from being investigated. He said subpoenas from law enforcement were ignored, signed by judges, handed to the district, and left unanswered.
Yes,
What?
good hit.
This is as bad as it sounds?
If you can't tell by the thumbnail, this episode, it's not even an episode, it is something rich. You know him as Angry Cups, brought to light, and it is something that even now I'm at a loss of words to how to even explain it. I will say viewer discretion is advised.
People are
and it
spamming
does
on
have to
Reddit
deal
during
with
my
kids.
vacation?
I truly
Really?
believe everyone should see this message. And I know this community.
Vote,
We
please.
know this
Yeah, we'll
community.
get
We
dislikes.
know you guys will help make this right and make a difference. And really quick, so much love for Rich and
I mean,
what
this
he
is
is doing
pretty serious.
and the purpose of this.
Holy shit.
All the AdSense and money that this video generates is going to be donated to the Buffalo, New York Family Justice Center. And the other reason it is running is because in order to reach as many people as possible, this is how you have to do it. Otherwise, it gets restricted. And we didn't want that for this message. Angry
Yeah.
Cups, Rich, we will support you till the end of times with this. And I know all of you will do the same. We here, you all, we defend those who might need a little help or who don't have a voice. So again, viewer discretion is advised.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Unsubscribed Podcast. Rich has something important to say, and we would like for you all to hear it.
What the?
You ready to get sued?
Yeah.
No?
Let's go.
All right, so this is
Damn, that's a lot of cups.
This is real, and this can affect my life, but it's at the moment where it's one of those things where you got to do the right thing or not. And I didn't want to ruin the actual podcast with it. I wanted to wait till later on just in case. So here's the deal. I've been in SVU in the Buffalo Police Department for 2 years, and there was a space in between where I left SVU, the Special Victims Unit, and I went to two other. I got promoted to lieutenant, and then went to the FBI and assisted with that, and I'm back in SVU. But during those 2 years, even before then, there has been an issue where the Buffalo school system, specifically the legal representatives in the city, like the city attorneys that specifically work for Buffalo Public Schools, right? So I'm not sure if that's the city of Buffalo buying these attorneys and having them protect them, or if it's like the schools, like lawyers for the schools as their own thing. But either way, long story short, the Buffalo school system has been
He just keeps burping.
Not
What the
reporting
fuck?
the sexual assaults of student between student, and then has also used the Buffalo Police Department's school resource officers to write reports and then had their influence over those officers to then close the reports. And that's a story I'll get into.
Right, so soft pitch, why are they doing that?
I don't know. My best estimate is that they're afraid
They don't want to get fired.
Don't want the numbers to show that there are these police investigations occurring at their schools or assaults occurring at their schools because it could
What the
affect
fuck?
funding or something somehow.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is fucking stupid. If a crime happens at a school, it doesn't mean that funding is then stopped or prevented from going to that school. Oftentimes, if there's a problem, people will pour money into that problem to fix it. And I'm gonna give you an
No,
example.
the reason why, it's probably because they know that they are somehow letting this happen. Like, they know that they bear some level of accountability and responsibility for it, so that's why they're ignoring it.
It could have tied
A
him.
real example.
You're afraid of bad
There's
press?
a school that's
Exactly.
attached to the Buffalo Science Museum. That school that's attached to the Buffalo Science Museum has doors that can go from the Science Museum into the school. Those doors are not locked. Individuals can get into them, right? Stranger danger, right?
Okay, sure.
And that happened. So a stranger went into the school. It's a grade school. It's a very low school. And this person grabbed a male and a female child.
It's a very low school.
Low grade school. So,
This is like little kids, yeah. It's not like high schoolers. It's like 8-year-olds.
yeah. So kids under the age of 10.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus.
So it goes into the school and grabs a young female child and a male child and tries to leave. And I'm gonna parcel this story up
What
in kind of
the
the way that
fuck?
the information came in.
Bro, what the?
At first, the information that came in was that there was one female child that was it was an attempted abduction.
Sure.
There was no report about the second child. Kind of a big deal. The second child, the boy, had pissed himself. And when his parents came...
Yeah, I bet.
Sorry, I'm getting fucked up. When his parents came to pick him up...
Take your time, brother.
Yeah, sorry. Give me a second.
You good?
You're all right, man.
When his parents came to pick him up, the school did not disclose to the parent that the kid was a part of an attempted abduction. So when parents asked him, why did my kid piss his pants at school, the teachers and the people in charge did not tell them that there was an attempted abduction. The school then deleted the video of the attempted abduction.
Oh, fuck.
In the district attorney's office, excuse me. And the district attorney's office only got it because somebody within the school had the wherewithal to record it and then give it to them.
What? They're hiding something? And also, as Little Tears, no, you have to understand that, like, a lot of guys, like, this guy worked in a special victims unit. So, this is, like, what I'm assuming. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But, like, whenever he's telling these stories, he's probably thinking about, like, 10 other stories that are, like, 100 times worse that he had to deal with. And, like, that's probably what's... It's, like, kind of like a PTSD type thing, right? It's like a trigger, yeah. Because, like, I don't think people understand, like, how much, like, dealing with this kind of stuff, especially, it's like the, you know, if you gaze into the abyss long enough, it'll gaze back into you. Like, that kind of metaphor, like, how it's basically like this. Yeah, it really fucks you up a lot. You said
The
13
district attorney's
years or
office
something like that, 8
has
years.
sent subpoenas, so, like, court-ordered documents from judges that are signed.
Which, by the way, I mean, deleting evidence of a crime like that is, like, absolutely illegal. It's not even a question. Right? It's really not.
The school's legal representatives, and those representatives have intentionally not responded. Now, here's the big thing, which is like this is the biggest issue right here. Is that specific one is the one that sent me over the edge. Obviously, I'm emotional from it. So, the biggest issue with this entire story, well, one of the issues with this entire story is that when subpoenaed, these legal representatives for the Buffalo School Department are ignoring the subpoenas and not just...
Does Donald know about this? Someone needs to send this to Donald. Like, this is crazy. He should, yeah. So, like, somebody needs to fucking know about this. Is crazy.
Not responding to them, but being obstructionists.
I'll text them. It's
and
okay.
actually giving information to school administrators and school personnel to not talk to the police or assist the police in any way.
Whoa,
In fact,
wait a minute.
Obstructionists and actually responding to them, but being obstructionists and actually giving information to school administrators and school personnel to not talk to the police or assist the police in any way. In fact,
to actively obstruct a police investigation into a child abduction. And this is being done by a school district? The school district claims these are untruths on Twitter? Oh, yeah, for sure.
Obstruct us. Intentionally do not do these things. Here's how you prevent the police from doing their job. So, and here's where, like, this crux is coming in, why it's kind of a whistleblower thing, is there are people that are trying to get this information from the schools, and
well, like, wouldn't it be easy to tell? Because, so, like, if a school has security cameras, and the security camera footage during the time of this abduction just doesn't exist, but there's a secondary footage of it that wasn't recorded by the school security system, wouldn't that prove effectively that they deleted it. Like, I mean, I feel like, how do you even deny that?
Main obstructionists are these lawyers who, once again, I said, are ignoring subpoenas and court orders. And the only way that you can overcome that is if somebody from the court system, judge, attorney general's office in New York State, the attorney general of the United States, comes down and says, why are you not responding to these court orders? You're ordered to respond to them, and you're not.
Yeah.
And in this specific case, you know, like destruction of evidence, you know,
that's
huge,
kind of a bad one, you know?
Huge. And then
also keep in mind, I talked about this the other day, I'll say it again, is that destruction of evidence is something that even if the crime hasn't officially been committed yet, it's still something that you can be held accountable for if you are destroying it in anticipation of the crime being reported. So even though it hasn't been charged as a crime yet, this can still be something that you're held accountable for.
Telling one of the, you know, the kid's parents.
No, if somebody comes forward, you said somebody had the wherewithal to record the surveillance video or whatever it was.
Yeah.
If somebody comes forward with that, that's still usable as evidence.
So they
right?
have to, that person, that's a weird thing about New York State, and I'm not a lawyer, and my knowledge is limited in that, but from my understanding, you need to have somebody confirm the authenticity of the recording. So let's say that it's a CCTV of like a corner store. The manager or a worker would have to show up to court and say, that is the video from my store. When it comes from, and I don't know if this is how it was done, but let's say like
but that's bad though, right? Because if that's the case, then they're the ones that are recording it and they're also trying to hide it.
Phone recorded CCTV footage, and then they were like, hey, they deleted the real CCTV footage, and then gave it to the assistant district attorney. You would need somebody to authenticate that, which would, and this is where the legal process is weird to me. I'm not sure if that means that the individual that sent the CCTV recording from their phone would have to state, I'm so and so, I recorded that with my phone. I was in the office of such and such school, and this is recording of our CCTV footage. Or,
well, I mean, couldn't they also just like reference the metadata too? Because there would be like a creation date and everything for the data. And assuming that this person isn't some kind of like computer scientist, they're probably not going to know how to like make that artificial.
It means that any representative from the school can
there's
say,
a log. Yeah.
No, what that person recorded.
Metadata can be changed. Yeah, but like again, it's more certainty, right? Very rarely are you able to achieve 100% certainty. But if you have somebody who doesn't really seem to be computer literate that is doing this and the metadata matches their story and there's no history of them having experience of changing it or having, you know, like education on changing it, then yeah, I think it's a dot on the graph. Yeah, exactly. Eventually you can still draw a line.
Is our CCTV footage.
Gotcha. So whoever recorded versus anyone can say yes and verify that.
So I'm not sure. Like that's something for like the lawyers to do. I'm not sure how that process goes, but
yeah, school district did that.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's a lot of the schools. When I say that's the worst example that I have, which is obviously a horrible example, I can't tell you the amount of shit that I have to go through in order to go to a school, talk to a principal, and say, what did the kid tell you? And they'll go, I can't talk to you. I've got to talk to my lawyers. They're like, it's in your job to protect the kids? I can't tell you how many...
I think they're just trying to protect their jobs. I think that's what's probably happening. They're doing this in order to protect their jobs.
I had a girl that was, man, I'm getting fucked up.
This another one?
That's fucking wild. Like, especially if your own kiddo and then you don't even know. They come home, they're scared, they're confused, they have no idea what just happened, and then no one's telling them. Like,
loyalty to the
and you're getting you're getting gaslighted by your own school that it didn't happen. Too. I mean, you think about the damage that does to a kid psychologically. if like the school won't even acknowledge the thing that happened to you.
Money above the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I think it's a mix of fear. I think it's the fear of there's a lot of shit there. I don't think it's like dirty money. I think it's a fear of losing your job. It's a fear of the people that are above you that are going to come back.
I appreciate him saying this and not trying to turn this into like some global like Pizzagate level conspiracy. It's probably just a lot of people that are bad actors or not doing their jobs properly that are scrambling and using kids as effectively collateral in order to protect themselves.
Holy shit. He said what?
I want you to look at our country today. That men have ran, and look at how shit it is.
We're the strongest superpower in the world. What?
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
You know, countries are warning their people to stay away from us.
What?
Because of how shitty we are.
Do you realize people try to come here illegally every single day to become Americans and or get to live here? I used to work in immigration. People literally try to sneak here under intense conditions and die a lot of the times while trying to come here. This is the best country in the world.
I'm an immigrant.
That proves my point even more.
I didn't come here willingly.
You're here, like.
I did not come here willingly.
Oh, okay. How'd you come here then?
I came here because they paid me to.
Yeah, send her back, bro. God damn, man. Send her back, man.
Send her
That's why we
back
gotta build a
into
wall.
color?
We're no longer getting the best and the brightest.
You're a pussy.
Okay, great one. Where did she immigrate from? Retardistan?
We are living in a reboot era. I mean, let's face it, video games and movie franchises are always rebooted, but even anime have been built in the past to capitalize on our love of all things 90s and early 2000s. 2020's Digimon reboot, 2021's Shaman King reboot, Card Captors, Sailor Moon, not to mention the sequel series like Boruto and Yashasaka. Shaman King Flowers is still in production. But there's one series that, in my mind, fits within that same group of Dawn of the Millennium creature shows like Digimon, Shaman King, Card Captors that hasn't yet got the reboot or sequel treatment, and that's Metabots. As Billiam so elegantly put it, Metabots was weird. It was a unique spin on the monster tamer / pet collecting genre that was taking over the world at the time with Pokemon and Monster Rancher and Digimon, but not every one of those monster tamer shows was literally dealing with mons like Poke and Digi series. Cardcaptor Sakura and Shaman King, for example, definitely fit into the genre, being two series with kids battling and forging connections with spirits, complete with transformations, power-ups, the power of friendship, and everything we loved circa 2000. Metabots was like those. It was another one of those fun spins on the monster tamer pet collecting genre, with the kids in this world obsessing over AI-powered robots and the sport of row battling. The kids in the show would mod their Metabots to give them special stats and weapons. Metabots fulfilled that fantasy of having a kind of otherworldly friend, really that timeless imaginary friend concept, while still being based in a world that we could actually see existing. These weren't fantasy beasts or ghosts. This was a believable near-future setting where the toy robots kids played with became so advanced that they've integrated into everyday life. 20 real-world years later, AI and robotics play an even larger role in our daily lives than they did in 2000, and so Metabots is a show, much like Digimon, that I think works better and better the more time passes and the more technology takes over our daily lives. Like, think about the popularity of esports in our current time period. Row battling kind of predicted the phenomenon of esports tournaments. Teens and young adults who have dedicated themselves to honing their craft, creating the greatest builds possible, the most efficient strategies, taking to the stage to figure out who is number one. Imagine Ikki and Metabi training and doing recreational matches at local tournaments before taking on the big leagues and competing in an international row battle esports tournament. In 2020, Digimon Adventure got the full reboot treatment, and in 2021, Shaman King had the same thing happen with a full-on reboot that took direct influence from the now complete manga series. Both of these reboots seem to have done relatively well enough that both of them were able to greenlight follow-up series. Digimon ended Adventure 2020 and launched straight into a brand new original series, Digimon Ghost Game, that is still airing and so far is great. And Shaman King recently announced that it will be adapting Shaman King Flowers, a manga series that follows Yo and Anna's child Hana and sees the cast of the original show all grown up. So whether Metabots wanted to do the full-on reboot like Digimon and Shaman King, or go the sequel route, have a successor series like Yashahime, Metabots feels so right for our current time period. And keep in mind, Metabots never really went away. There were a ton of games that released in Japan after the anime ended, and as recently as last year, Metabots and Digimon were collabing on multiple occasions. First with this April Fool's joke that made an Omnimon variant based on Metabee and Rokusho fusing. They called it Ometamon, and it was honestly way too cool to just be an April Fool's joke. Later, they added a Metabots DIM card for the Vital Bracelet series. Picture a Fitbit, but you raise and evolve Digimon through exercise. Yeah, they made a Metabots version of that where you could raise your own Metabot. This is just me fan dreaming, but how cool would it be if Digimon and Metabots stopped kind of flirting and made their relationship official? You know, make Metabots an official part of the Digimon universe or something. Like how in the last few years, Digimon had a spin-off called Digimon Universe Appmon. You know, what if we got Digimon Universe Metabots? Could be one way to bring back the series. A part of the reason I'm so eager for Metabots to come back and to come back officially is because I fear that if they don't do it themselves, someone else will and may kind of ruin the whole thing. Well, what do I mean by that? Last year, there was this super strange story where the Metabots trademark expired in Europe, and somebody who had no prior attachment to the IP claimed it in hopes of releasing their own video game and even an NFT project using the Metabots name. There was a whole dispute, and it's very messy and very ugly, but now the concern is not just that Metabots as the brand and a name will fade into obscurity, but that somebody else could actually take it and kind of muddy up the whole thing, which is all the more reason for Imagineer to stand up and say, hey, we made Metabots and we're making it again. I think about the anime series that were on TV in the early 2000s that have yet to be rebooted, as well as what would and wouldn't fit in this day and age, and there's no show I'd rather see rebooted or revisited than Metabots. I would hope the ongoing support the series has gotten in Japan in terms of games and toys, plus the international interest in the Digimon and Shaman King reboot projects would give Imagineer some confidence that there is at least some interest in seeing this series brought back. I know I've kind of been rambling, but hey, it's not just me who wants Metabots back. I have a friend who's a big fan of Metabots and in particular of Metabee.
My name is Joseph Botiki, but you can feel free to call me Joe. I used to host a show here in the province of Ontario called the TVO Kids Crawl Space, where we aired like Arthur and Magic School Bus and Art Attack and Bill Nye the Science Guy. A lot of other people know me from some of the animated shows that I've been lucky enough to voice over the years, including Rescue Heroes, which a lot of people like. Let's face it, you guys are probably all Metabots guys. So if you were somebody who grew up with Icky and watching him roll battle, and he got his cheap little beetle type Metabot, that was Metabee, and that is me, Icky. Come on, we got a roll battle, Icky. Let's go. That is the right. See now the people know.
A couple years ago, I was hosting a charity gaming stream, and I had the honor of having Joe Motiki, the English voice actor for Metabee, join me and my crew on stream. There, we got to ask him all kinds of questions about his experience voicing Metabee, the lasting legacy of the show, and the interest in a reboot or a sequel for Metabots.
I wish that, because now with Pokemon, when they had the Pokemon Go,
Yeah.
I remember. Well, you know, it just seemed to make like so much sense, like to go roll battle and to go like find Metabots. Look, I always thought it'd be fun to, especially when Transformers, when they made the Transformers movies. And I'm not saying Metabots is on the level of Transformers, but just that you could make a Metabots, like a live action Metabots, pretty cheap. Like it wouldn't cost much. Like I mean, when they made a really cheap Knight Rider reboot a couple of years ago, and you're doing that like on a TV budget, right? And it was like, you know, so you could have made like a little Metabots and have like Rakusho and Similodon and Metabee, and they're hanging out and doing their things. You could do that on the cheap. So I mean, I'm surprised if somebody, and with the following that it does have, I mean, you could do that for the cheap and make a profit.
Where do you think Metabee would be now? And what might he be doing?
You know what? Metabee, like, look, he would need new parts. So he would have had to have got some new meta parts. In terms of what he'd be doing, I think he would be like the 40-year-old football player who thinks they have one more season in them, but they don't. All right? Metabee would still be kicking, Iggy, come on. You know I can still roll battle. Just let me take on the 2017 World Roll Battle Champion. I can do it. And Icky, who'd now be like 30, would be like, look, you've given me all you got, but you don't have it anymore. You look pretty busted. You're pretty beat. You can't do it. And Metabee would be at those conventions going, come on, when does anybody want to come and get my autograph? I still got it. Like, I still got it.
sad.
And everybody wants to go. I know. And then I know he's what? You're a KBT type? Get out of here. I want the new Shujitsu XJ2000. And like, so that, no, he'd have enough pride not to go, but
He could have a good Creed moment, like where he's training.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that
Rakusho's
yes,
son.
100%. That's exactly right. I know Rakusho would be and he'd help him out one more time, and then which is great. Creed was dope. So yeah, that's what Metabee would still think he's got one more battle in him, and I think that would be the story. It'd be about he has one real battle left in him, and he's gonna try to make it his best. But he'd be creaky because he was old to begin with.
With the reign of reboots and sequels, I'm hoping that Metabots is the next series from our childhoods to get revisited. It's never been a better time, and our technological culture is even more similar to the world of Metabots than it was when the show first aired 20 years ago. I think the world is ready for more Metabots.
You hunt well. A fine performance. I have more to offer.
Come on down.
It bears you strength.
What do you guys think of when you hear or see conservative, like, white men?
First instinct is sometimes like scared of them. We go to a southern school, so it's a lot of those people, and I think it's just like a lot of entitlement around kind of just their vibe, I guess.
What do you guys think of when you hear or see conservative, like, white men?
Get you. I think it's the fear of stepping out of line and then getting, reprimanded.
Yep.
Bystander.
But like one of the cases that I had is a girl went to she got beat by her dad, who's a blood. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
She got beat by her dad, and she went to a school counselor and said my dad beats me, and the school counselor didn't report it. School counselor's like notes were like, this kid's a liar. She lies a lot about like how cool she was at another school, and you're like, oh, that's normal kid lying shit. What do I give a about that? So she didn't report it. And then the next incident happened where this girl had a video recording of, I forget if it was either her dad post beating her, or if it was during the beating, or if it was of her injuries. I think it was of her dad punching her. And she walks into the counselor's office while she's with another girl, plays the video, and the woman's like, is that you? And she's like, yeah, that's me. And then the girl walks out of the office. And then later on in the day, the counselor goes up to her and is like, hey, listen, what's going on with that video? Like, is that you? Like, what's going on? She's like, yeah, that's me. My dad beats me all the time. And then the kid walked away. Not reported. Not reported.
I'm gonna crash out. What the fuck?
Not reported to CPS, not reported to the police. The third time is when my case comes in. The kid comes into school beaten and bruised and swollen, and then they remove the kid from the parent's custody, right?
Okay.
And then that's when I get the investigation of
Okay.
child abuse.
But it took 3 fucking times.
It took 3 times.
Oh, wait, so it's the same kid. So basically, they report it early on. The counselor ignores it. They provide video evidence to the counselor. The counselor ignores it. Finally, this kid gets totally fucked up. And, oh my God. Still ignored. Well, and the counselor probably didn't even have anything to do with the third time. Cry for help ignored 3 times? 2 times, apparently. But yeah. Holy shit. That counselor needs to go to prison? Holy fuck. Well, they need to have their license taken away. I mean, at the very least, right? And why? Because they lied about being popular in another school? Who's the adult here?
The first time, it's easy. Hey, CPS. This girl says that she got beat. I don't really know what's going on. Here you go. And then CPS begins an investigation. And then the law enforcement...
I really hate this idea that... I don't know if you guys have noticed this at all being more pervasive, but have you guys noticed the pervasive and toxic idea that parents should not be privy to and accountable and should not be aware of the things that their children do in school? And I'm seeing this happen in a lot of different cases. I think it happens with, for example, like the, gender identification. Now it's happening with this circumstance. It's also happening with like sexuality as well in general. And I think that we're seeing more of a widespread perversion that effectively justifies removing a parent's agency over their own child in like the supposed best interest of the kid. Like, because I'm seeing abortions is another one. Yeah, giving the kid birth control, right, without telling the parent. I think you should be able to give the kid birth control, but you should also have to tell the parent. Is that fair, right? I mean, I think that's fair. So, in general, duty to report. Yeah, it's not just something to fire over. It's a criminal charge. Well, I just don't know enough about that. Like, if that's true, I hope that's what happens. But yeah, this is fucking sick, man. It's a gray area? Yeah, I don't know.
Referral from CPS comes to me, and then if CPS...
birth control can make you sterile? Look, if a doctor disagrees with me for legal or like for medical reasons, I would defer to them. I'm just thinking about this ethically from my perspective. I could be wrong. It's not, I don't strongly hold this position. It's just something that if I had to fall off on one side of the fence, this is kind of what I think is okay.
Brings her in, does an interview, and it's valid. I go talk to dad and arrest him. That didn't happen. The second time, there's video fucking proof. She's got a video on her phone and shows you.
Literally
and then you
caught
do
in
nothing.
4K.
And yeah. And so like that, those are the two. That's one that I'm directly involved in. That's one that I happen to know about that I'm not investigating.
Wow.
And I can tell you that...
And this is all in the same school district.
Myself and the people in my unit are concerned, but we've made complaints, and people in my chain of command above me have made complaints, and we've had to go back to be like, let's look at this address of the school.
What's that? What's the outcome you want on this? Like what
But like you guys see what I'm saying though, right? About how like there is this increasing like narrative that parents are like effectively not fully accountable for their children, and schools and society should be making decisions above the parents. I've been seeing this play out in the last 10 years, and I find it to be incredibly disgusting. And I think this is one of the dark sides of that.
I want the one school counselor that I investigated arrested for for failing to report.
Okay.
You're not a school counselor if you don't know how to tell people that a child's being abused. She needs to be arrested, or at least charged. You want to put her on probation? Fucking fine. But something needs to happen. And I'm not saying it needs to happen as like there's no legal system. I'm saying that there has to be a repercussion so then people who see if you don't report because you didn't report, that there's repercussions.
So like the people aren't reporting because they're worried the system will fuck them. But if you don't report, the system will fuck you too.
So exactly, and he's totally fucking right about that. Because yeah, if you're afraid of getting fucked by the system, then you have to create a system where if you don't report, you get even more fucked.
Like you need to do your job.
It's like this dual concern, right? You don't have to talk to the police. Like everybody has their own individual rights for self-preservation. You know, your Fourth Amendment rights. You don't have to Miranda rights. You don't have to talk to me. But it's different when you're a mandated reporter, and it's different when parents aren't being told why their kid. If you got a kid, you got a kid. You don't have a kid yet, not you either. If you picked up your fucking toddler from school and they pissed themselves and they're crying, and you're like, oh my God, what's Jimmy? What's going on with you? The first thing you do is go up to the teacher and be like, hey, what happened?
Yeah, of course.
And you would expect a real answer. Somebody tried to steal Jimmy. What you wouldn't expect is for that school to delete video footage. What you wouldn't expect is for that school to be like, oh, you know what, I'm not sure. Something happened. You know, you'll have to talk to an administrator about it. I'm not sure. You know, about it's people that are afraid of doing the right thing. Like these school teachers.
Yeah, exactly. And Brandon's 100% right. The way you solve that problem is by creating an incentive that doing the wrong thing is 10 times more detrimental. Because if you've created a system where doing the right thing puts you at risk, then you have to amend the system.
And principals are afraid to do the right thing. And like I said, we can guess why. I've got my own hypothesis. This is why. But either way, they're failing to do the right thing for one reason or another. And some of them are bad. And I'll give you another.
Can somebody get these guys an electric fly swatter? Like, so you can get one of these. All right, listen. So you get one of these right here, and they're really cheap. They're on Amazon. You've got the Dragon Slayer Greatsword, Gut Sword. You guys can definitely afford this. You just need to get one of these fucking things, and if one of those bugs flies around, you just zap them. It's super easy. They're like $3.
For example, this case might have been a fluke. It could have been like, you know, kids experimenting and then one of them got scared. It could have been absolutely nothing. It still could be absolutely nothing. I've left 6 messages on a principal's voicemail saying, hey, I just need you to talk to me. I need the phone numbers of the parents. I only have the phone numbers of the kids. I don't want to call the kids. Please give me the phone numbers of the parents, of the adults of these kids, of the police report that you call 911 for, to have police already show up. I just don't have the phone numbers for the parents, and I can't get a return phone call. How many times do I call a school principal to be like, hey, there's a potential sexual assault. I just need to talk to the parents. And I can't get a return phone call?
Fucking wild.
And like,
well, if they're not doing a return phone call, there's a certain point where negligence becomes malice. And if you are so negligent that you are, and I think this is malice, by the way, because you're deleting footage. Like, negligence is just not giving a fuck and not reporting anything. But if you're actively hiding things, then that's something that's very different.
And for some reason, they're protected. And my opinion from all of this and everything else is that it is the legal representatives of the Buffalo City schools that are advising, educating, scaring, whatever you want to say it is, to these administrators, teachers, counselors. Don't talk to police. Don't make a police report. Have the police report, instead of say sexual assault, make it information only. Well, you want to bury a sexual assault with a kid? Have a fucking cop show up and then have them write down everybody's name and say information only, and then don't forward it to Special Victims Unit.
Yeah.
5 kids, 7 kids are by one other kid in the school, right? They're 14, he's 16. It doesn't fucking matter if it's not a crime or if it was consensual. If somebody says I was and I felt bad about it, it's my job to investigate it. Why are you stopping that? And so
yeah, exactly. It's not the police, or sorry, it's not the school administrator's job to distinguish whether a crime was committed or not. Their job is only to report what happened. Like, they're not the investigator. This is some
yeah,
dark
I was
shit.
gonna do it on the main podcast. If you want to throw it at the end, that's cool. But I might be asking for financial assistance after this goes live, but I'm okay with it because
you're doing the right
I'm
thing.
with Jeff at. Yeah, this is
it's
nuts.
fucking me up. I can't deal with it no more.
You know, something that I've learned from our little podcast is ever since we've opened it up to like first responders, I've read a lot of those stories in there. And first responders do like PTSD. I think it's like for the active duty military, when you go to war, it's like it's highs and lows. Like you just get a shit show or nothing. Like it's all over the place. But first responders, it's just a constant thing. And like you being in the smack dab middle of both, bro.
All right, Beard back. All right, and I'm back.
I'm Chris Pelkey. I served with the United States Army. I went to Baghdad in 2006, 2008, and then I went to Afghanistan. And just to be clear for everyone seeing this, I am a version of Chris Pelkey recreated through AI that uses my picture and my voice profile.
And tragically, Chris Pelkey was killed in a road rage incident in 2021. But for some reason, his family decided to reanimate him to speak at his killer's sentencing. There's a lot of reasons I'm worried about AI, but using it to puppet an image of your dead brother to forgive his killer in an effort to free him from prison is nothing short of a dystopian nightmare.
This here is a true representation of who I was, you know, not how the courtroom portrayed me. So I would like to make my own impact statement to Gabriel Horcasitas, the man who shot me. It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do.
As in this 4-minute message, they tried to have him telling jokes.
I once played with one of those filters on your phone where you can make yourself look old. So this is the best I can ever give you to what I would have looked like if I got the chance to grow old. Scary, huh? Well, I'm gonna go fishing now.
Finishing it with footage of his life, then AI removing him out of the image. And apparently the judge approved of this message.
I love that AI. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are, and justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness, and I know Mr. Horcasitas would appreciate it, but so did I.
What brings you here?
As I said, I like to think I would do that. I don't know that I would.
And even though the judge didn't know if he'd do the same, the victim's sister stated she was not ready to forgive the killer, but felt her brother would have been more understanding. I hate everything about this situation, for a variety of reasons we'll get into. But first, looking at the road rage case in 2021, where they were stopped at a red light, the killer repeatedly honked at the victim, but when the victim approached his car waving and shouting, the killer put out 2 rounds, ending his life, getting charged with first-degree murder and several other serious felonies, but only being found guilty of manslaughter and endangerment, getting a 10-year prison sentence. Now, nobody is saying they know the victim more than his sister, but the killer's prison sentence should have nothing to do with if the victim might have forgiven him. It's about making society safer by sending away a guy that would kill someone over road rage, endangering several other people in the background. I don't see how a creepy puppet version of the victim should impact that, and why the judge would allow it to be played in the first place, as other attempts at using AI in court were quickly rejected.
I come here today a humble pro se
All right.
before a panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this, hold on. Is that counsel for the case?
I generated that. That is not a real person.
Shut that off. You are not going to use this courtroom as a launch for your business, sir.
Now, I do understand we're about a decade away from AI attorneys and probably even AI doctors. My main issue is the whole concept of using AI to reanimate the dead, as that AI monstrosity was basically testifying as if they were the victim, when they're nothing but a fictitious representation of what someone else wants to be true. We saw this a couple years ago in Korea, where they used a digital version of a woman's dead daughter to interact with her in VR.
아니 엄마 많이 보고 싶었어.
엄마도 너 보고 싶었어. 엄마 나연이 보고 싶었어. 생일 축하합니다.
And again, Using emerging technology to reanimate the dead is a dangerous pathway to go down, as 2 years ago they're using it to provide closure to a grieving mother, then 2 days ago they're using it to shorten prison sentences for a killer. And although none of that stuff was even remotely believable, just think about the video we did about a year ago, that in the 90s, this was revolutionary technology, and just 2 years ago, AI was drawing images with bizarre Cthulhu-like fingers, to just last year, AI generating videos indistinguishable from reality. So if one judge sets the precedence of allowing AI testimonies, what happens in the next 5 years when the average idiot sitting on a jury doesn't even know some of the evidence presented is AI generated? And combine that with this new wave of victims that put virtue signaling empathy over safety. We saw it recently with the Carmelo Anthony case.
And you know what? I already forgive this person.
Already?
Already.
And even in hypothetical crimes.
If I get murdered by an undocumented immigrant, please tell my children I did not care that they were undocumented.
Right. Now, I'll never understand why someone would put preserving the political narrative over preserving their own life, but this is the reality we live in. So even though using AI to testify after you've died seems somewhat benign, we need to draw the line as to what we allow AI to do before AI decides for us. Because even though you're smart enough to know it's not real, look at all those bot comments left within seconds of my videos dropping. At this speed and volume, it's a pretty expensive operation, and they wouldn't be doing it unless some people were actually falling for it. So if you're not AI and appreciate my concise commentary, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on why AI keeps attacking its handlers.
Welcome.
Need to get something to drink. Boom. 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 And a boom. Holy shit. Okay.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. So, you guys know that Hassan guy? So, he made a video from like 6 hours ago titled, in all caps, by the way, "Slop tubers keep trying to cancel me." In the thumbnail is himself, along with Asmongold and Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers.
We'll take a look at some of that video, but first, let's take a look at the context ourselves of what led up to it, which is a recent incident that Hassan had over on Twitter. There's a bit more context too, though. I mean, aside from that incident, Hassan has seemingly been upset at Asmongold for quite a while, especially when Asmongold started covering political topics. This seems like what really set Hassan off, and he seems very insecure about the amount of views that Asmongold gets on his videos and viewers that tune into his live streams. And so over on Twitter, Mudahar tweeted this, saying, "The more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all. Ticking time bomb." That tweet being made on May 4th. Well, that single tweet seemed to have gotten Hassan's attention because he responded to it on May 7th, May 4th. Well, that single ticking time bomb. That tweet being made on May 4th. Well, that single tweet seemed to have gotten Hassan's attention because he responded to it on May 7th, saying, "The platform he's on, YouTube, has a less strict application of TOS for political commentary. They literally have Nazis on there, and this MF is constantly chirping about Twitch because I'm explaining why the Houthis are implementing a blockade against Israel's genocide." And so it's pretty funny that Hassan sees this tweet, instantly self-identifies with it, the tweet from Mudahar. Kind of like a self-report moment. But let's continue on because it definitely does not end there. Mudahar responds to Hassan and says, "I'm actually speaking about the glorification of terror groups, something I know for a fact is not allowed under the YouTube partnership program, as I've assisted creators who were flagged for having ISIS jokes on their videos years ago." I'm not talking about political ideological extremes, that's a separate topic. I hope you know I'm not a right-wing Nazi, but I'm very much against promoting terror organizations using my religion as a shield to ruin our name in front of the world. You do a lot more than just explain. You endorse organizations that promote violence, bigotry, and the eradication of groups of people. Mudahar, then also adding this tweet that says, "I didn't expect much in good faith from the champagne leftist Nepo baby, just to make it clear." And Hassan responds with this, saying, "Houthis and ISIS/Al-Qaeda are enemies, you oaf. The American government considers Cuba and DPRK to be terror states as well. You're crying about a ridiculous designation that Trump slapped on in 2020 to aid KSA in its deadly blockade. Biden overturned it, then put it back on to aid Israel." He continued, saying, "This would be like demanding I get banned for interviewing a Cuban doctor in Cuba after Marco Rubio tried to make Cuba's medical missions illegal. Cuba is also a designated A-state sponsor of terror. The entire point of 1A is so I can discuss these things freely. Dumb Canadian." And then Mudahar would respond once again, saying, "Do you think I'm using an American designation? Cute name calling, but I'm Canadian. My government and many others consider them to be a radical terror organization. The whole world isn't the US. There are many ridiculous designations, I agree. This specific designation has merit decided by numerous countries, even countries who aren't friendly with each other. Again, can this man have an honest discussion without name-calling like a child?" Mudahar would then next apologize to his viewers and his followers on Twitter, saying, "I apologize for putting Hassan in your feed tonight. Sadly, I have to defend myself against certain people." Again, I don't engage with him in a drama fashion and haven't since I made a video several months ago. At this point, we don't have any path to reconciliation, and instead of wasting my time any further, I bid you guys a good night, and will spend it with my loving family. I hope you can do the same tonight, Hassan. And also saying, for a man to claim I'm nothing more than a
Where's it at? Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Kom. Hey, hey, kom. Lily. Mana. Not finding the tier 6, that sucks. He has it? This mother asshole. I need that. Oh, my mouse. Oh yes, that's what I wanted. Another one. Hey, hey. Mana. How's up, jullie? Hey, how's up?
Dumb slop tuber. He sure loves to stoke more drama to sloppily upload to his quote clips industrial conflicts unquote. I guess that's especially funny considering that this whole conversation would eventually become a video that Hassan would make, or I guess talk about on stream, and the clips channel would turn into a video, or whatever the case may be, how that plays out. Because yeah, that takes us to a mere 5 hours ago now, where Mudahar said this, rent-free. Hassan is the perfect definition of slot-producing, drama-chasing content creation, quote-unquote. You can try to pretend to be above it because you cover politics. Funny how Asmongold's side channel beat out the top political streamer in his category. Oh, there's no way he's just bringing that up. Like, he must know it's a sensitive thing for Hassan. Maybe it's coincidence and he's just like pointing that out, but I have a feeling he's like, he knows that's a sore spot. That's the word I'm looking for, or the saying I'm looking for. So Nux would actually respond to this too, saying, translation, quote, my peers think I'm a freak for supporting terrorism, unquote. Alright, that takes us to this video from Hassan from today, hours ago, titled, Sloptubers keep trying to cancel me.
If you want to understand the mentality of like the average person who doesn't...
Damn. When am I gonna get what I need? There's one. Come on, where's the tier 6 at? What the fuck? Okay, at least give me a... Nope. I'm fucked. I'm pretty much fucked. I didn't find what I needed to.
I understand politics, but the average, I'm going to dip my tippy toes into the realm of political discourse. Look no further than this back and forth I had with Mudahar. Now, you might know Mudahar as the sweaty dude who talks about, I don't know, niche Reddit subcultures or the dark side of the internet, stuff like that. Well, Mudahar apparently has been also chirping about how dangerous it is that I'm doing commentary on this platform. The more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all. Ticking time bomb, okay? The understander of political discourse. Now, why is he saying that? He's saying that because he wants me to get banned and he wants to like get his audience to also get agitated and stressed out and push for me to get banned again, to get deplatformed again.
So yeah, I don't really keep up much with Hassan stuff at all, but to my understanding, he's never actually been platformed. So like, what is bro talking about here? Dude's literally got a massive corporation, Amazon, Twitch through Amazon, that essentially defends him, that takes his side, that lets him constantly get away with stuff. And in this case, Mudahar wasn't even actually directly commenting on something that Hassan even said. It's like I mentioned way back at the beginning of the video when we read that tweet, which you can see once again on screen. Mudahar simply said, the more I see Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all, taking time bomb. And it's Hassan who self-identified with this and like self-reported himself there. Now, if you want to say this was clearly
Did Warrior get some new one-on swords?
Fair enough. I'm not going to argue against that even. Here's the thing. For a long time, Twitch has been notorious for their selective moderation. They'll go after some people.
Not even a stat spitter. Fuck. So close. Finally, I got the unit that I needed. Holy. Hey. No, I find it. Come on. I do need this. No triple. I'm probably dead.
For some things, and then not go after other people for other things that arguably are much operation, Amazon, Twitch through Amazon, that essentially defends him, that takes his side, that lets him constantly get away with stuff. And in this case, Mudahar wasn't even actually directly commenting on something that Hassan even said. It's like I mentioned way back at the beginning of the video when we read that tweet, which you can see once again on screen. Mudahar simply said, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all, taking Time Bomb. And it's Hassan who self-identified with this and like self-reported himself there. Now, if you want to say this was clearly implied to be about Hassan, though, fair enough. I'm not going to argue against that even. Here's the thing. For a long time, Twitch has been notorious for their selective moderation. They'll go after some people for some things and then not go after other people for other things that arguably are much worse things. And in some cases, not only do they not go after those people, they actually promote them. And so it's pretty common discourse to criticize Twitch for their selective moderation, and therefore also for people to be curious about Amazon.
Constantly chirping about Twitch because I'm explaining why the Houthis are implementing a blockade against Israel's genocide. Then he replied to that and said, I'm actually speaking about the glorification of terror groups, something I know for a fact isn't allowed under the YPP, as I've assisted creators who were flagged for having ISIS jokes on their videos years ago. First of all, this doesn't mean you're knowledgeable about any kind of politics whatsoever, and this also doesn't mean you're knowledgeable about geopolitics. Doesn't mean you're knowledgeable about anything. This just means that under the YPP, you've assisted creators who were flagged for having ISIS jokes. It's completely outside of the realm of what the f we're talking about.
This guy is so politically brain-rotted that he doesn't realize he just described himself. Talking about things that are outside the realm of what they're talking about, trying to be dismissive of said things. This whole conversation started because, once again, Mudahar said, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all. This was a discussion to begin with about terms of service, and then Mudahar bringing up the YouTube partnership program. This was not a discussion first off about like, oh, I know more about politics than you do. Hassan's the one trying to like turn it into that.
I didn't expect much good faith from the champagne leftist Nepo baby, just to be clear. To which I responded with, Houthis and ISIS / Al-Qaeda are enemies, you owe.
I like how both on Twitter and in his live stream response, he's got nothing to say about the whole Nepo baby thing. And so this next thing about to say, like, I'm really not trying to be rude. I don't watch a lot of Hassan. I don't know if he always talks like this, but I'm going to skip ahead in this video now and see if there's anything else interesting, because he, like, listening to him is really giving me a headache. Something about the way he's talking really reminds me of how someone may talk when they're drunk and slurring their speech together. And that combined with the, like, edits that's, like, cutting to the next part of what he's saying, it's like, man, it's kind of jarring to listen to a little bit.
I remember when these types of anti-SJW slop commentary YouTubers were pro-free speech. Now they're pro-censorship social justice warriors for Israel.
That tweet is so crazy, and it's hilarious that Hassan sees that, seems to think it's a good take. It's like giving it a like and everything. But look, I'm going to defend Hassan a little bit here. I think I figured it out. When he's reading these tweets, that's when he's like slurring stuff together, at least in my opinion. I'm not saying he's like completely sounds like someone who's wasted, like slosh drunk. I'm just saying that's what it like reminds me of a little bit. To his credit, when he's just speaking normally, it's a lot better in my opinion. So thankfully, the next part of this video, he's not reading anything, he's just commenting. Although that said, he does begin to have a crash out here, so there is that.
Like, this is my job. I don't go to your job, and I don't go tell you what to do with a Steam Deck. You know what I mean? Like, if I were to tweet constantly about like Mudahar's Steam Deck reviews are ass, he doesn't understand how to operate Linux or whatever, everyone would make fun of me. Everyone would be like, dude, what the f are you talking about? You don't know anything. Shut the f up. Stay in your own goddamn lane politics, man. But when it comes to politics, you can just lean on the stupidity of the audience and just directly yell at a guy who knows more than you do while in the process of demonstrating your idiocy.
Didn't Hassan just get called out for doing that same thing, though? Like I mentioned earlier with the lack of self-awareness moment where he seemed to have, in my opinion at least, described himself. This is another time where he seems to be doing just that. Now let me preface this next part by saying I really don't keep up with H3 and Hassan, like whatever the heck happened there. I've seen maybe like 5 minutes of whatever that was all about. But I do recall one thing in particular from the very brief portion that I watched, in which Hassan was trying to say that H3 is obsessed with him. And H3 went on to show, and say, though, that it's actually not the case. And when you take a look at the evidence, it seems like the inverse is true, and that Hassan is, in fact, obsessed with him. And here's the part that I'm talking about. And the reason I'm showing this, of course, is because it reminds me of what Hassan just said here.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
It's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, damn it. Oh, I gotta refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the. Hold on. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This
Right.
is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just
that
showing
are
how much you talk about me on screen. Second of all, the fan channel defense is a let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. The fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no
Who's
control over
obsessed
my
with
fan
you?
channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
Finding that clip jogged my memory. I think I was familiar with that because I believe Asmongold Gold commented on it. I think it was uploaded on one of his channels or something, so I saw him talking about it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much enough internet brain rot for me today. Now I'm gonna go play some good old Rivals. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you for tuning in. Let me know what you think about this, though. Hopefully you found this segment to be entertaining. If you enjoyed my coverage, please also consider liking and or subscribing. Oh, and also, if you're interested in some Twitter stuff, please consider checking out the pinned comment of this video. Thank you once again, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right, I can play Nate. Nice. Oh, sick, you got the buff? Holy shit, that's super good. Let me just sell my crap here real quick. Alright, let's go. Okay, at least you have a green weapon, that's really good. .114 tech power, yeah, it's crazy. I wish I had the buff. It's 10% spell crit too. You also get 5% melee crit. Melee crit. It's really good. we can get another buff. We are still level 10 only, so we should do a few quests at least, if we can. You probably already did most of these quests, right? Careful, there's a horde there. Don't hit it, don't hit it. Talk to this NPC and then press the top choice only. The top ones only, every time the top ones. Talk to this NPC and then do the top ones only. You get 10% more damage then. Alright, let's go. Yeah. Top one. Top chat only. The top options every time.
What can I do for you? Need help?
There we go. You got it. 10% damage. Let's go. You've completed this one. Completed this one. Completed this one too. Okay. I feel like we should level up at least one more time. We can do a few... Actually, let's just go this way. Fuck it. We can go faster. If you click this one, click on this cannon here, okay? We go faster. Click on the cannon. Just click on the cannon. Woo! That was pretty cool. Can you hit it while we run? While you're running, you should auto attack it, you know, while we're running. Oh, hot.
Light be with you. Greetings. Be careful.
Yeah. Mages does quite high damage.
Need help? You need something?
What? More work? Alright, we have to find some wooden logs. They're near trees. Bundles of wood. Poor prowler. There's a bundle of wood near this tree. You see it? Loot this wood here. You see this? You can loot it. It's for the quest. See another one. There's another one over there in the direction I'm looking at. You can grab that one. I just have to turn in this one quest real quick here that you've already completed. Discover Rolf's fate. I wonder if you have this quest. Or if you've done this one already. Okay, you've done this one already. Yeah. It's crazy. It's dead before it even reaches me. Oh.
I'm sorry, toilet paper is not hygienic. Imagine you grab poop with your hands and then just wipe it with a dry paper towel. Are they clean? No, of course not. I'm sorry, toilet paper is not hygienic. Imagine you grab poop with your hands and then just wipe it with a dry paper towel. Are they clean? No, of course not. I'm sorry, toilet...
Spare some change?
Sure.
You didn't put anything in there.
Yes, I did. I put hope in there. Hope. Don't spend it all in one place, Raggy.
Spare.
Report to Thomas. Okay. Excuse me. Spicy chicken.
If you're a car thief, don't watch this. You have the keys.
I have the keys.
What I'm going to do is remove the hazard warning light switch. I'm now going to pop it back in again, upside down, and lo and behold, it comes off. So now it's just a question of start. Go. And there we are.
And I've got the key.
If you're a car thief, don't watch this.
Hey. Why not? There's no more wood down here, but still have to kill some mobs. Oh, there's a wolf. Oh snap, I'm level 11, you're still 10. How far away are you from leveling up? You will probably out-level me soon though. You should have way more rested XP than me. I got like 4 more bars of rested XP. You probably have way more. Halfway? Okay. Let's go. Yeah, one whole level. Be sure to loot these bandits, okay? Because we need those bandanas they drop. These guys. Oh, nice. Dead tooth Jack. Bro's got a dead tooth. That's sad for him. I could use some help. Nice, nice. Just one more. Oh. Dead tooth is back, but we don't need him. So let's move on to the other farm. There should be more of them there. So peaceful in this Elwyn Forest, you know? Like the soundtrack. So nice and quiet. Then there's this random mage and warrior just killing all this wildlife, you know? Ah, let's just kill these mobs. Fuck it. Just killing the nature out here. I like to play fire more, but I should go frost, sadly, because it's better. But fire is more fun, so I might just go fire anyway. My mom wants to kill the foxes. Yeah, I can imagine. Person is dying. Lily, shut the up. Help me, help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Just kill these bandits if you can. We need them. Hey. Alright, give me a sec. What? Let's see, what time is it? It's... Okay. Hey, come. Not fighting a rogue, screw that. Look, he's dying, the rogue is dying. But I'm helping him. I could have let him die there, but I helped him. This guy would have died if I didn't help him. This rogue. Okay, just try to find some bandits that we can kill, okay? We need bandanas. Don't forget to loot them. I wonder if there's anything in the barn. Any units. There is, but they're already dead. There's a lot of people here. Alright, I'm gonna get some mana and then we can kill the 3 in the house. Can you attack that one? The skull? Oh, too late. Okay, I'm gonna kill those 3 in the house. Please help me with this. Nice. So easy. We still both need 2 more bandanas. Okay. Ah, he kicked me. I'm just a small gnome. He probably kicked my face, you know? At this height. I'm just waiting for respawns here. Oh. Instant respawn. He died and a new one came back. Hopefully it happens again. Nope. Oh, but the house is back. Okay, let's do the house again. Help me with these three, please. Because I don't think I can solo this. Still need more. We killed so much. Still, we need one each. Oh, you're done. Nice. No, I just need one more. Oh, yeah, I see some loot in there. Maybe. Maybe. Nope. Still need one more. Oh, can you grab that quest too? Can you loot the body too? I got really lucky there with it's a rare quest drop. Yeah, there you go. Let's go. Okay, and I'm done too. Let's go. We're done here. There's a lot of XP from here though. That was really good. Oh, sick, I even got a bag. Cool. You should click on this item in your inventory, you get a free quest. It's really nice that we had this. It's a free quest.
Well met for the Alliance.
Okay, you already completed this one. What is this collector schedule? Maybe we can farm that. I don't know. We can try maybe. Just for fun. Let's go.
Well met. Be careful.
Be careful. Oh, this is level 12. Let's kill him. Nice, you leveled up too. Do you still have like the blue bars? Blue XP bars? And how much? Wood. There's some wood here. Four bars, nice. That's pretty good still though. Try to find some wood to pick up. They should be at the trees. There's one here. Right here. You just walk past it. I'll load it then. It's my last one. There's wood there. Loot this wood. You walk past it right here. Let's see. There's wood here. Lily. There's some more wood here. Five out of 8. Okay, 3 more. There's a bundle of wood here. I think there's no more, so we can go back this way. Oh, there's wood here. The wolf is right on it. Yeah, nice. One more. Here's the last. Let's turn in that quest.
Touch me again and you're going to find out exactly who I am. Hi, I'm Kendall Paul, CEO of the Vanderbilt Humane Society. If you are looking to adopt a new friend, touch me again and you're going to find out exactly who I am. Hi, I'm Kendall Paul, CEO of...
Did you complete it? Let's kill some gnolls. they can potentially drop also a quest as well, which is pretty cool.
Apple's gone, Tesla's gone, Coca-Cola's gone, and Microsoft is gone too. Many people left comments under my last video saying foreign brands should just leave China. But have you thought about this? If all these foreign brands leave, our domestic brands will at least start raising their prices by 100%.
One of the world's top 4 grain.
Which one? Which one? I have no quest that I can share with you. You can shift click on items as well. I mean on quests in your quest log and bounty on Murlocs. Oh. No, I don't have that. I probably should have done the other quest in Goldshire then, but I'm already too high level, so we can go to the next area soon, so let's just continue. I wonder if you even get XP from if you're that far.
Traders, America's ADM, plans to halt its domestic trade business in China. This news gives me a chill. The industry doesn't look optimistic, and it's hard to see any improvement in the short term. The escalation of the China-US trade war is slowly starting to take effect.
这种外资的离场，在越来越多的出现在我们面前。
The exit of foreign.
I need to get something to drink. Be right back. Let's see what time it is too. I think I need to take this stuff out of the oven, yeah. Here. I need to take my food out of the oven. Be right back. Alright, these gnolls can drop a quest, which is pretty cool. I mean, not necessary that we do it, but it is cool, so. So you killed all of them here? Nice. These mobs are quite strong too. I know there can be a rare spawn here, which drops a 8-slot bag, which is pretty cool. I used to farm this when I was a kid. Let's see if the rare spawn is here or not. I don't see it right now, so I guess it's not. Oh, he is here. Look, he's right there. The rare spawn. I marked him with the skull. I need to get some mana before we do that guy. He's probably strong, so I need some mana. Whoa, 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 careful, bro. Aye! Uh-oh. You have to run. Okay, kill the skull. Kill skull if you can. Actually, kill cross. Kill cross. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Okay, now kill skull. Bro, I need help. Alright, we got this. Help, 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 help. Oh, whoa. He dropped a sword. That's so good. I think you need this, bro. That's a better weapon than yours. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. 5.5. 6.6. Yeah, this is way better. You need that, man. You should need on it. Press the need button. That's an upgrade. Hell yeah. It was really worth going here then. Yeah, nice. No quest to drop yet, sadly. But we might still. Just have to kill a lot of gnolls. Mmm. I didn't expect him to drop the sword, honestly.
Foreign capital is happening more and more in front of us. These long-established companies, after over a decade, are just walking away when they decide to. So what we're seeing now is a shrinking market. Foreign capital is withdrawing, consumption is weak, and exports are suffering. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. When all these foreign companies have pulled out, the difficulties will be unimaginable.
The US-China trade war is intensifying. And facing the cost pressures brought on by US tariffs, more and more foreign companies are withdrawing from China. On May 5th, Mattel, the maker of Barbie dolls and Uno cards, announced that due to rising global economic uncertainty and changes in US tariff policies on products made in China, the company is unable to predict its full-year performance, especially the sales situation during the holiday season at the end of the year. As a result, they have suspended their earnings guidance and accelerated the relocation of production out of China. The US toy market, worth $42 billion, is being impacted by the US-China trade war. Toys in China face tariffs of up to 145%. Mattel is speeding up its exit from China, adjusting its supply chain structure and product mix, and considering raising prices in the US market. Ynon Kretz, the CEO of Mattel, stated that reducing reliance on China is one of the company's current top strategies, with price adjustments being considered the third priority.
They were from PvP. You remember all those times I was in the battlegrounds? Is basically I got a high enough rank in PvP that I could buy them from the vendor because I ranked up. It was quite a lot of work, but definitely worth it. Alright, I think we killed enough. Let's just go. We killed the rare spawn. We killed all the camps. It's not dropping, so let's just go. Too bad. I would have wanted this quest, but it's okay. I still need to do a Hogger as well. We can at least kill our way out. You know what? I'm gonna go fire. Fuck it. I like fire. Okay, these two will be the last two kills. That's the last one over there, probably. Unless there's another... No. Up ahead.
Mattel originally expected net sales to grow by 2 to 3% this year, factoring in the tariffs imposed by the US on China, Mexico, and Canada in February, but excluding the new high tariffs on China implemented in April. However, the company reported that first quarter performance was not affected by the tariffs. Revenue unexpectedly rose by 2% to $827 million, surpassing expectations. Yet, due to rising sales...
Okay. I'll delete all the quests that I don't need anymore. This one and this one. Marshall Duncan. Good. Yes. No. Warrior does way more damage. But Warrior's not that strong earlier, I suppose. warrior will get stronger, gets way stronger based on his gear, basically. Whereas a mage can be naked and still be strong. Like, I could go naked and I would still do the same damage, you know, but you have to have a good weapon as a warrior.
And administrative costs, net losses widened to $40 million, up from $28 million a year earlier. According to data from the Toy Association, Chinese factories currently produce about 77% of toys sold in the US. Isaac Larian, CEO of MGA Entertainment, which makes toys like Bratz and LOL Surprise, stated that the company is taking action to shift 40% of its production to India, Vietnam, and Indonesia over the next 6 months. This will increase their production there from 10% to 15%. Larian mentioned that MGA may have to raise wholesale prices on products made in China, passing the additional tariff costs onto retailers to protect the company's already slim profit margins. Another toy manufacturer, Denmark's Lego Group, is focused on building a supply network centered around regional production and...
Warrior does the highest damage in this game. Look, there's a horde. Look, there's a horde. Enemy player over there. Orc scum. Some orc scum right over there. Oh, he's gone. He's probably over here getting the buff. There's also a troll here, you see it? There's a troll here. And the Tauren. Let's go. Oh. You know, press this thing here. You see this control console? If you press it, we can battle. Yeah, they're here for the buff that we have, the 10% damage. Anyway, click on the console, on this thing, on this machine here. Or this one. Either one, click on one. Click on it. Look, here's my car. Now we can battle. You see the extra action bar you have? You can like shoot your cannonball, mortar, flamethrower. Oh. And you also have nitro boost. Oh yeah. Oh, I beat you. You can shoot with the extra action bar to do this mini game. Okay, let me get out of this thing. Alright, let's just continue. Alright, I'm selling my stuff here real quick. I got a lot of garbage in my inventory. don't need disco swoops.
Light be with you, for the Alliance.
Stormwind armor maker.
Looking for something specific? Have a good one.
There's a quest here, Elmore's Task. Can you grab this? Oh, you have completed it. Okay, let's go.
Consumption. On April 9th, LEGO announced the opening of a new factory in Binh Dong Province, Vietnam, where it has invested over $1.3 billion. According to Nikkei Asia, the new Vietnamese factory will supply products to Asia-Pacific countries like Japan and India. LEGO has previously shipped products from Chinese factories to these regions. The US is LEGO's largest market. It currently has no choice but to continue shipping products from Mexico. However, LEGO is investing over $1 billion to build a factory in Virginia. It's expected to be operational by 2027 and will be LEGO's 7th global plant. High US tariffs apply to any existing import duties on specific Chinese products, including toys and electronics. On April 25th, reports emerged that Apple is accelerating its move to relocate its production lines.
You got all these wolves chasing you. Alright, I need to kill this Hogger elite guy too still. After that we can go to the next zone, I think. The Collector. The Collector. Okay, whatever. Oh yes, I got a free buff. Oh, let's kill this bear. There should be an elite here somewhere. Okay, let's go around this tree. Usually it's around here, but I don't see it. Maybe it was just killed. Oh, there he is. He just spawned. Okay, I'm definitely gonna need your help here, so do help me out. Kill him. Nice, I leveled up. It gave me 100 XP, that's pretty good. Alright, that was that. Now I can go back to Goldshire, turn in the quest, and then we can go to Westfall. That's when it starts to get more difficult again.
Out of China. According to the Financial Times, although China remains the main production base for Apple's products, the ongoing tension in US-China trade is prompting Apple to accelerate its diversification of its supply chain. Sources revealed that Apple plans to move all iPhone assembly for the US market to India by next year. This move is intended to completely shift the production of the 60 million iPhones sold annually in the US. Market research firm IDC shows that Apple will ship 232 million iPhones globally in 2024, with around 28% of those going to the US. Apple's move to transfer production faster and more completely than expected signals increasing trust in India's manufacturing system and a continued reduction in reliance on China. Daniel Newman is CEO of Futurum Group, a technology industry research firm. He said, "We believe this is going to be an important step for Apple to be able to maintain its growth and momentum. We're seeing in real time how a company with these resources is moving at relative light speed to address the tariff risk." Apple began shifting its supply chain in 2022, triggered by the strict lockdown measures implemented after the COVID-19 outbreak in China. During the lockdown, Foxconn's Zhengzhou plant halted production, causing a sharp drop in iPhone production. The reciprocal tariffs under the Trump administration further accelerated Apple's move to relocate its production base. Sources familiar with Apple's Chinese supply chain have said that Chinese authorities deliberately delayed Apple's efforts to move iPhone production lines to India. Local Chinese governments also met with Apple's supply chain partners, warning them not to cut local jobs. Several individuals familiar with iPhone production have reported that, in many cases, China delayed or even blocked the shipment of iPhone manufacturing equipment to India without prior notice. However, Apple has begun urging some Chinese equipment suppliers to set up factories in Southeast Asia. Additionally, 2 iPhone equipment suppliers stated that Apple may switch to buying equipment made by manufacturers in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, even though these devices are more expensive than those made in China. The alternative equipment may require up to a year of testing and certification to meet Apple's standards. According to a source
I can
familiar with
train.
the matter,
Hold up. Let me
Apple's
train.
partners in India
I'm level 12, so I can train up. There should be a mage trainer in here. There he is. What can I do for you? Ooh. Alright, let's go. A new fireball? Sick. Nice. Traveling baker.
have come up with alternative solutions in some cases, including switching tasks originally performed by automation machines to manual labor. Professor Ye Yaoyuan, a specialist in international studies at the University of St. Thomas, said that if the Chinese Communist Party insists on blocking U.S. companies from relocating, Trump will continue to impose tariffs on China. He said, "Everyone can see clearly now. Pressuring Trump has no effect. It will only bring him back to impose more tariffs on you." Assistant researcher at the Institute of Chinese Political Military Affairs and Combat Concepts at Taiwan's National Defense Security Research Institute, Wang Xiuwen, also believes that the CCP will try to block the shift but will ultimately fail. Wang said, "The CCP will certainly try to block it, as this would not only have the economic and psychological effects from the loss of important U.S. industries, but it would also lead to domestic unemployment issues."
Yeah, I know, right? I think so too. You're right. Here you can actually train it, which seems more normal, you know? Instead of you just automatically learn it when you level up. Like, what? How does that work?
Issues affecting social stability. However, I don't believe the CCP's attempt to block will succeed. Apple is a multinational company, and profit is its main goal. So Apple will find a way to relocate its supply chain out of China to avoid becoming an innocent casualty in the US-China economic war. Foxconn's factory in southern India is Apple's largest production base in the country. Tata Group also became a key Apple supplier through the acquisition of Wistron and Pegatron's businesses in India. This shift is also receiving strong support from Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, which is offering manufacturing subsidies and tax incentives to establish India.
By the way, what movie were we gonna look or show? Because I kind of want to look some movie or show as well. lately. Like the last couple of days, I've been really wanting to look something, but I just don't know what to look. Okay, just grab all of these quests. If the opening from talent tree is gone, yeah. It's just automatic now. Make sure to grab the quest from these NPCs.
As a global manufacturing hub, Apple is not the only tech company targeting the Indian market. South Korea's Samsung is reportedly considering moving its smartphone production lines to India.
There should be one more quest called Westfalls 2 that you should be able to grab. Okay, you got it. Let's see. We need to go this way. The talent tree is also much cooler.
Well met. Safe travels.
Alright, just grab these quests as well. Also the one inside. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you cannot. Alright, also get the quest from in the building. Alright. You know, there's a secret quest you can do here. If you talk to this guy, buy this one thing, okay? Buy one of these. Chicken feed. Alright, talk to this guy, and then buy the chicken feed from this guy. Do that first. Do you have one? Only need one. Okay, okay, nice. Now target one of the chickens here. And then do /chicken on them. Okay, 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 here, talk to this one. It worked. Talk to this one. Hey, he's on my egg. I can't loot it like this because the chicken is on her. Okay, now you do it. Just do /chicken on a chicken. No, you tried to take mine, huh? Or oh, there's another one. You did it too. Nice. There's another one. I'm not sure if we did this before. Loot the egg. It's yours. It's yours. There we go. Now you got a pet. I think we might have done this before, but I don't know. I can't remember. Hey, hey. We did it before my rug? Yeah, I think so. It's a secret quest. Help me. Nice. We need to kill a lot of these boars and birds. Oh, it respawned instantly. What level was your rogue again? I forgot. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. Don't forget to loot.
Google's parent company, Alphabet, is also negotiating with Foxconn and Dixon Technologies to relocate part of its Pixel smartphone production capacity to India. Under tariff pressure, in addition to Apple, many Chinese sellers on U.S. e-commerce platforms like Amazon are preparing to raise prices in the U.S., and some are even considering completely exiting China. Wang Xin, president of the Shenzhen Cross-Border E-Commerce Association, which represents over 3,000 Amazon sellers, told Reuters, "It's not just a tax issue. The entire cost structure has been completely disrupted. This is an unprecedented blow to the entire cross-border e-commerce industry. Surviving in the U.S. market will become extremely difficult." Wang Xin pointed out that tariffs will not only directly increase production costs, but may also cause customs delays and higher logistics fees. Some sellers plan to raise prices in the U.S. market, while others are looking for new sales markets. Brian Miller, who has been selling on Amazon in Shenzhen for 7 years, stated, "If the current situation doesn't change, continuing to supply goods from China to the U.S. will no longer be profitable." He believes production will have to shift to countries like Vietnam or Mexico. Currently, about half of Amazon sellers come from China. In Shenzhen alone, over 100,000 Amazon sellers are registered. According to e-commerce data provided by Smart Scout, these companies have a total annual sales revenue of $35.3 billion US. According to data.
Ooh, 1 intellect boots. I'm gonna need this. Yeah, I bet so. I think so. I'll just put the loot on, maybe I should put the loot on free for all. Okay, I got some boots. Alright, in like 30 minutes, I will play something else again, okay? We used up all of the rested XP at least. Don't forget to grab this flight point later.
Data from China State Council, cross-border e-commerce transactions in China reached 2.63 trillion yuan last year. Wang Xin said that these new tariffs will severely impact many small and medium-sized enterprises in China, and unemployment rates may rise significantly. In this wave of corporate withdrawals, one of the world's largest agricultural processors and food ingredient suppliers, ADM, is also leaving China. ADM, along with Bunge, Cargill, and Louis Dreyfus, is one of the big four grain merchants. On April 14th, ADM stated in an email, as part of a global cost reduction initiative, the company has begun shutting down its domestic trade operations in China and reducing its workforce. ADM announced that its subsidiaries' operations in Shanghai will gradually cease by the end of September, but other operations in Shanghai would not be affected.
Alright, nice.
An insider indicated that layoffs would impact 40 to 50 employees.
We got a lot of quests now. You still have the buff too, nice. Do you have inventory space or do you need space? I need space. Okay, let's go to the shop then. Get some space. Because we need a lot of space for these quests.
With only about 10 remaining in Shanghai, a source said the agriculture services and oilseed business teams in China have essentially been fully laid off. These two departments were ADM's largest business sectors. Professor Ye Yaoyuan at the University of...
Oh, look at this rogue, looks sick. This gear. Okay, let's sell. You have to keep this and this. I think you can pretty much sell everything else. I don't have the other stuff, so I can't link it. There's a few items you need to save. Like stringy vulture meat, murloc eye, gortusk snout okra, and gortusk livers. Alright, let me know when you're done selling. I'll just kill some mobs outside then. In the meantime.
St. Thomas said that multinational companies are decoupling from China, and the consequences will lead to devastating unemployment rates for China. He said, if unemployment continues to rise, just like we've been seeing with the massive exit of foreign investment in the past 3 or 4 years, this will be very damaging to China. He further stated that if the CCP continues to confront the US, it will only have negative effects on China, causing its international market to shrink. Without places to absorb China's excess capacity, many factories will collapse, leading to economic panic. He said the only thing the CCP can do to avoid economic panic is once again to initiate large-scale construction projects, creating domestic demand through the government. He said China has been doing this since the reform and opening up period, but the problem is how much more domestic demand can you create, and how many houses can you build, and if the houses can't be sold, how long will you keep building? Wang Xiuwen also believes that this will present both economic and political challenges for the CCP. She stated, if the CCP insists on fighting to the end, not only will the economic growth rate drop significantly this year, but massive unemployment will lead to people not daring to consume, causing deflation. Eventually, people will have no choice but to protest on the streets, which could significantly
Don't forget to
challenge
loot.
the CCP's
We have to
rule.
loot them.
Now China's economy is already full of holes, and the real estate crisis is still unresolved, and if we add massive unemployment on top of that, there's no way they can maintain a 5% growth rate. Despite the trade war between China and the US showing signs of easing, and Trump expressing a willingness to negotiate with Beijing, there's no doubt that as the US' largest economic and military adversary, Beijing could still face the harshest blows. Market research firm DigitTimes said that the industry shift under the pressure of high US tariffs will center around 3 key areas: moving out of China, moving into the US, and China producing domestically. In the future, the global market will be divided into 3 major areas: the US market, the China market, and other markets that are non-US and non-China. The US market will be focused on production in Mexico and low-tariff countries, and must minimize reliance on China. The China market will be focused on domestic production, minimizing reliance on the US, and the other markets will be centered on low-cost production countries outside the US and continue to leverage China's supply chain. The 3
You can loot this sack of oats here. You see it? The sack. You can loot it. Right there, next to me. Here. Resist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, run. I have no mana, so I don't think we can beat them. Uh-oh. Okay, kill him. We got this, we got this. Whoa, you had a big crit there, what the heck? It had like 60% health and then suddenly it was dead. Oh, I see another one of those sacks. Those sacks are hard to come by. Let me quickly loot this real quick. Hopefully I don't get seen. Oh, there's another one in the car. In the cart. Oh shit. Killed this one. Okay, never mind, just run. Run, 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 run. Double resist. Never mind. Oof. Alright, alright. We're safe.
Three supply chain systems will operate in parallel to adapt to US tariff barriers and the changing global landscape resulting from the trade war. In fact, even before Trump introduced new tariffs in April this year, the decoupling between China and the US had already become increasingly evident, with foreign capital already starting to leave China. Between 2023 and 2024, at least 12 multinational high-tech companies have either exited or reduced their operations in China. Fidelity International. By the end of 2024, around 500 employees were laid off from its China division. Cisco. In September 2024, Cisco laid off 300 employees at its Dalian plant, marking the second wave of layoffs in 2024.
No, the next one is from the next raid.
In August 2024, IBM closed
On
its Dalian
Kiraj.
division in China. Microsoft.
It's from the next raid. Careful. Okay, kill this wolf. Oh wow, you had a big crit there.
Microsoft. In May 2024, Microsoft withdrew its AI team from China. LinkedIn. In August 2023, LinkedIn officially shut down its localized job platform, LinkedIn Workplace, in China. Additionally, at least 11 multinational manufacturing companies will exit or reduce their operations in China in 2024. Volkswagen. In September 2024, Volkswagen announced plans to shut down its joint venture plant in Nanjing with SAIC by 2025. The plant primarily produces the Volkswagen Passat and Skoda. Toyota. On September 13, 2024, Toyota announced that it would close its subsidiary Hino Motors' Shanghai plant by the end of the month. Honda's second joint venture plant in Wuhan will halt production completely,
You can loot the
laying
sacks.
off 2,500 employees. On February 29, 2024, Bridgestone officially closed its production plant in Shenyang, laying off over 1,200 workers. Nissan Motor. In June 2024, shut down its production plant in Changzhou. Shi Hongquan, a senior researcher at Nomura Capitals in Japan, has analyzed that many US, Japanese, and European companies are reducing their dependence on China and accelerating their exit due to geopolitical risks. In other words, under Trump's new tariffs,
Wait.
the speed at which foreign capital is leaving China is only increasing.
I will sheep moon. We kill Skull, okay? We kill Skull, and then I sheep moon.
Trump's tariff war targets the CCP, so it's urgent for them to quickly withdraw from China. Dr. Wang said, Apple must act quickly to safely relocate its supply chain from China. Otherwise, iPhones made in China will see a significant drop in market share in the US, which will severely impact future revenue. The cost
Okay,
of
quickly
US
come in here,
supply
come in
chain is
here.
nothing compared to that.
Loot this item. In here. Loot this cupboard, this wardrobe. Quick. Come in here. Loot the wardrobe. Here on the wall. This guy is really strong, this mob. Okay, now we can try to kill him. Kill him. I was so lucky I didn't resist much. Alright. Uh-oh. Run. Run. Oh. Holy shit, how long is he gonna chase you? Okay, we got this. Nice. So we need to kill a lot of gnolls as well. Let me make some water real quick. I need to get full mana, and then we can do this pack, this group. This camp. I will sheep one, okay? I will moon. The moon will be a sheep. So we only have to kill Skull. Oh shit, there's more. Kill Skull. Now this one. Help me kill him. Now this one. Hell yeah. Damn, we're so strong. Oh, nice. And you leveled up. Grats. One null paw. Did you loot the bodies? I think so. Crazy. Only one paw out of the whole camp. Oh, you did forget to loot it. Help me. Alright, there's a big camp up ahead again that we can kill. I will polymorph one again. We kill this one first. I will sheep one. Oh shit, I polymorphed the wrong one. What we got is well, I crit 116. You can loot this sacks, these 2 sacks. Sack of oats. Another one here. Another sack. Mage is pretty strong, right? All I have to do is just do fireball, 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 and the mob's dead. Alright. We also have to kill murlocs, so let's do that, I guess. We have to kill almost everything. You can start killing if you want. While I'm drinking. I will help you out.
After more than a month of stalemate, a major update has come in the ongoing US-China tariff war. At 6 a.m. on 7th Beijing time, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Vice Premier He Lifeng would visit Switzerland from May 9th to 12th for talks with US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This meeting is seen by many as a potential breakthrough in the face of the 145% versus 125%.
A rare spawn, help me.
Between the two countries.
It just spawned, that is so lucky. We have to kill this, he can drop good stuff for you too.
Before the announcement, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian made a firm statement at a regular press conference regarding the
It literally just spawned in front of us, that's crazy. What did he drop? Come on. Oh, that's crazy good for you too though. I know he can also drop a weapon, but this is also really good. It's for level 10. Yeah, it's better than yours for sure. Way better than yours. You need it. I can't even equip it. It's a mill. Sick. We got 2 rare spawns today, and you got 2 items from it? That's crazy. Damn, sick. Hell yeah. Finally wearing some mail there, some armor. Instead of the leather chest piece. That looks way better. Look at that. It looks like a fish skin, what the hell? That's sick. Nice. That's so good. It almost looks like a sort of chainmail, but it's more like skill mail. You know, fish skill mail. Fish skin plate, yeah. It looks sick though. We have to loot these mobs too. The items. The Murloc eyes. You can start attacking if you want. That's so crazy though. It literally spawned in front of us. Nice, you got a Murloc eye. Remember to keep 3 at least, because you need 3 for the quest. Alright, nice. If we're lucky, we also get the treasure map. It's also a quest that can drop, but it's really rare. I hope it drops, but can't guarantee, of course. I mean, kind of can guarantee it. If you just keep killing it, eventually you will get it, right? But don't really feel like doing that. Nice, you get a Murloc eye. We need 3 more Murloc eyes then. You can kill him.
Tariff war. We will fight to the end, and the door for talks remain open. The Foreign Ministry had also released propaganda videos promoting a stance of not kneeling, emphasizing that the US must remove unilateral tariff as a precondition for negotiations. This was followed by strong statements indicating that China would resist until the end. Yet, just as the US has not removed its tariffs, China has now sent a high-ranking official to Switzerland for talks. This marks a significant shift from their previously firm stance and indicates that under the pressure of the US tariff, China has somewhat backed down. On May 7th, the US Department of Treasury issued a statement confirming that Treasury Secretary Bessent and the US Trade Representative Jameson Greer will also visit Switzerland this week to meet with Chinese officials and discuss trade issues. The choice of Switzerland as a meeting location is not without reason. It's clear that He Lifeng's visit is being used as a convenient excuse to kick off negotiations, as the official Chinese announcement provided no further details. Switzerland's neutral status prevents any awkwardness in negotiation on the other party's turf, offering both sides a way to negotiate while saving face. Lizzie Li, a Chinese economic researcher at the Asia Society Policy Institute Center for China Analysis, pointed out that Switzerland's neutral position avoids the discomfort of negotiating on another country's soil. This soft approach provides space for both sides to save face. For China's centralized government, saving face is always a top priority. On May 7th, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Li Jian once again showcased a firm stance during a regular press briefing.
The US has recently been repeatedly expressing its hope to negotiate with China. This meeting is being held at the US's request. China firmly opposes the US imposing tariffs recklessly, and this position hasn't changed. We've said many times that China is open to dialogue, but any dialogue must be based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit. Any form of pressure or coercion won't work on China.
The Ministry of Commerce in China has also released a statement adopting a superior tone and attempting to present the decision to negotiate as a noble gesture. Recently, senior US officials have been signaling adjustments to tariff measures and actively reaching out to China through various channels, hoping to start talks on tariffs and other issues. China has carefully evaluated information from the US. After considering global expectations, China's interests, and the calls for US business and consumers, China has decided to engage in contact with the US.
Hey, there's a chest here.
Vice Premier He
There's a
Lifen,
chest in the water.
the lead representative of
You wanna loot it?
China in US-China economic and trade
It's
talks,
underwater.
will meet
Can you see
with
it?
US Treasury Secretary Bessent during his visit to Switzerland.
It's right
From
here.
the carefully crafted language, it seems that China is signaling that, considering the difficulties the US is facing and
Here,
the
underwater.
desire to end the deadlock, they're just agreeing to meet reluctantly. This rhetoric has sparked strong reactions from Chinese domestic influences.
Although China hasn't closed the door to negotiations with the US, it is more focused on uniting the world, building a united front, and fighting against the US. Because any engagement with the US is like seeking skin from a tiger. Only by abandoning illusions and pushing for talks through strength can we hope for favorable results.
The tough rhetoric from China's government is largely aimed at maintaining stability domestically. While it may fool some within China, the international community has
All right,
long
let's go
seen
back.
through these tactics. As Chinese commentators have pointed out, China's current consideration is driven by the dire state of its economy. The so-called global expectations are nothing more than self-deception, and the Chinese interests are simply a last-ditch effort by the elite to protect their wealth. As for the American industry and consumers, when has China ever truly cared about the concerns? These are just excuses to mask China's awkward shift from a wolf warrior to a flatterer. In fact, recent feedback from Chinese citizens and economic data indicate that the trade war has severely impacted China's export-driven economy. Foreign trade factories, logistics, and freight industries are struggling. Factories relying on US materials face frequent shutdowns due to supply chain disruptions. Unemployment has risen sharply, and the Canton Fair is losing its appeal, with almost no European and American customers. In April, China's manufacturing index fell below the boom bust line, and recently the Chinese government has quietly exempted some US goods from tariffs. Signs suggest.
Oh, I see one of those sacks of oats over there. Let's loot that one too. Two sacks. Nice. Another one here. Oh, careful. You can do some nulls, I guess. Oh, there's another sack, I see. Let me drink up real quick and eat up. Alright, kill skull first, then cross. Nice. And that one. Oi. Let's see where this warlock is heading. Probably to the other gnolls. Okay. There's a sack here. And one null. Maybe you can loot the sack while I do this null. Oh shit, they're coming back. Just kill this one. I handled the other one. Okay, run, 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 run. 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 Careful. Run. 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 He's still shooting you. Run. Follow me, follow me. Go careful, the wolf, the wolf. Holy shit. Okay, I think we're safe now. Let's see. They're still chasing us. Still chasing. Okay. I will kill him then. I'll kill this guy. We got it. Wow, that was crazy. There were so many of them suddenly. Alright, we got like 5 minutes on our buff left. Let's just finish up this part here. And then I'm gonna be done with WoW for today. Although we got quite some levels in today, that's really good. Oh shit, suddenly more spawned. Okay, we got this. Focus this guy. Now this one. Here's that sack still. You can take the sack. Lily. Well, look at this guy down there. He's being chased by murlocs. You see him? Look down here. Oh, he survived. We still need 2 more murloc eyes as well. Don't forget to loot them. Oh shit. Come on, where's the Murloc eyes? Don't forget to loot them. Whoa, you got it! No way! Crazy, that's a rare drop. Nice, you got a free quest now, extra. Alright, loot the corpses, and then we can head back to the town, I guess. Fuck, I'm missing one eye. That's so annoying. Just need one eye. Alright, fuck it. Let's just go back. We can do this next time. We turn in the quests, and then we can log off at the end. There's a sack here. I could use this sack too. This way, Nate. Over here. This way, Nate.
You need something?
Good day to you.
Did you complete them? Did you complete the quests? Yes, nice. Alright, no quest to complete there. I don't have the stuff for it anyway. Let's go to the inn, and then we can, if we log out inside of the inn, we get more rested XP. So, vendor. Whoa, this guy sells some loot. Look at this. Look at what he's selling. Look at this. Whoa, two-handed. But too expensive. I'm probably gonna get better gear anyway from the dungeon. Although that Blessed Claymore, or the other one, Executioner Sword, that's crazy. 8 strength on it. Let's kill these boars as well on the way back. Still need many boars. If we can get like this much gameplay in every day, then we'll be max level in like a month or two, probably. I mean, we got like 2-3 levels. That's pretty good. Alright. We can soak some rested XP. So whenever you're logged off, you get rested experience. Or when you're inside of an inn. But yeah. Alright, GG's. By the way, if you want, you can keep playing. If you want, you can try to keep playing solo. I can catch up probably anyway. So if you would want to, then you can do that, of course. Since I can catch up anyway. Be sure to save all this stuff, like this. You know, also the Murloc Eyes and the Stringy Vulture Meat. Alright. GG. I'll play some Hearthstone again. Yo.
Yo.
Ik hoop toch een reborn te krijgen.
Ja. Wauw, we winnen nog van de Reborn Beast Lich King.
Gelukkig maar.
That's a lot of stats.
What the fuck? Het kid die... Huh?
Het hoort bij die skin of zo?
Yeah, what the fuck? That's weird. Never seen that before. Holy shit.
Ik ben benieuwd, dus wij nou Cryfall op dat ding hebben.
En krijg ik dan zijn versie?
Krijgen we dan, ja precies. That's fine. Waarom kocht je niet de tijd?
Ja, omdat ik gelijk elementals wil gaan of zo.
Ja, met zeker een extra gold laten.
Ja, dat is true. Ik hoopte op een elemental. Of een beast met reborn. Ik ben helemaal vergeten, ik ben fucking Greybow. Fuck.
Oh ja, ik heb een hero. Er zijn geen dead alleen.
Ja. Shit.
Misschien moet er een Bird Buddy portrait zijn ofzo.
Bird Buddy portrait? Die
Als
is
er
er.
iets doodgaat dat je altijd die beest... Wauw, dat
een
ding.
Greybow portrait, ja.
Oké, mijn eentjes hebben zoveel gedaan.
Dat dan. Boom!
Dit smaakt. 9.
Ook wel erg economy greedy. Met z'n 1-1 beast. Of met z'n tabby cat.
Kijk nou.
Die dude is wel een beetje greedy. Die scenario's.
Ja.
Dat hij een tabby cat haalt. Hè. In plaats van gewoon een sterk unit.
Ik kwam het zo uit met de gold. Terwijl het de andere verkocht. Tabby Cat.
Tabby Cat ownage. Nog een keer Tabby Cat ownage.
Tabby Cats hadden dit kills. Ah. Ah nee, wacht, buff mijn bitch. Is goed.
Ja. Ik zou maar 23 HP hebben bij de eerste trick al.
Dit is garbage. Ik neem wel Joxeron. Dat zuigt.
Of ik neem Birdfeeder. Of I have Dalaran, I don't know. Het is gewoon fucked.
Wauw. Het zijn ook allemaal Tabby Cats die Ellie Cats die eten uit de shop.
Waarschijnlijk moet ik voor Birdfeeder gaan en dan een piece swappen. Sinds ik Greybow ben.
It's probably pretty nice, yes.
Oké, whatever.
Ik kan ook sowieso die Cliff Dive kopen. Die werkt wel goed. Oh nice. Misschien wil je wachten 1 beurt zodat je van de beurt tijger 5. Ik kan hem even vasthouden, dan kun je van de beurt voor tijger 5 rollen. Misschien een Baron of zo.
Ja, true.
Wauw, die hits zijn echt total garbage.
Oké.
Dan blijft de poisonous over. Jesus Christ.
Die fish ziet er echt wel een retard uit.
Wauw, wat een trade. Waarom mijn Alley Cats de hele tijd? Mijn Alley Cat heeft nu de stats van mijn Hungry Snapchat gekregen.
Wauw, hoe dan? Oh, van je. Wauw.
Op met de fucking Alley Cats buffen.
Triple hem gewoon.
Een rover triple.
Nice.
Ik kan hem aan jou geven.
Dat kan. Up to you. Een rocket
Ja, partij 5.
Mhm. Okay, there we go.
Sinrunner of zo? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's all a bit crappy.
Oh, ik kan hem ook gewoon aan jou geven. Shit. Die Tabby Cat zo sterk.
Ze worden allemaal gebufft.
Hij stekt de shop hard. Wauw, hij killt 2 dingen. Die Hungry Snapshot die ik zo nog. Oeh, painful for him. 0 damage. Decrease. Oh, ze zijn gewoon al dood. What the fuck?
Oh wow, good fuck. Die is renner. Die 5 damage.
Fuck it, tieren.
Mijn beeld blijft een beetje random shit. En nog steeds fucking 2 alley cats. Alleen ze zijn mijn biggest stats.
Ja, fucked up. Holy shit.
Fuck.
That under the strain of high tariffs, China's economy is heading towards a systemic collapse. As some analysts have noted, China's current economic...
Oh no.
We moeten nu dood.
Ik had alles net niet.
Uh-oh.
Maar ik ga niet genoeg damage doen. Oh, ze hebben ook daar al thuis, dus Jesus Christ.
Je hebt ook nog de Beetle Band ook.
Ja. Deze hebben mijn beetle build, maar dan wel goed.
Dan.
Gaan we nooit van winnen van die dudes.
Herald sticker.
Oeh, Pyroblast. Nou.
Zal ik voor de tier 6 discoveren of de Herald sticker gaan?
Wat?
Ik denk dat ik voor Innkeepers hard moet.
Ik denk dat je Herald moet.
Okay.
I don't know, it's a bit...
High roll.
Jam Baron. Ah man, ik heb de Pyroblast en hij hit 1 alley cat en dan 4 keer de shop en dan hit hij mee. I mean, I guess I'll take all the stats, but it's a bit weird.
Here. Shit.
Tuurlijk, ik zit de hele tijd op zoek naar mijn derde alley cat en dan verkoop ik een en dan komt
Ja, dat is die je hebt verkocht. Zo werkt dat.
Ik bedoel, ik heb heel veel stats, maar het slaat allemaal nergens op wat ik heb.
Ja.
Ik heb echt 4 Pyroblast minions gekocht. Oh jee.
Ja.
Jij moet een ruilig hebben. Of zoiets, in ieder geval iets wat sterkt.
En moet die tier 6 Beetle hebben. Dat zijn er.
Ook.
Boom.
En een vis. Dat zou ook wel lekker zijn. Ja. We hebben gewoon de stacking niet.
Nee.
We vinden het niet. Hier komt mijn random shit, let's go.
Damn. No chance. No shot. 2v1 sounds fun.
Ja.
Die andere dudes hebben 16 AP, dus I think it's over.
Ja. Ze hebben echt veel te veel. Die anderen hebben ook echt amazing stacking en wij niet.
Ja.
Total useless garbage, yeah? Okay.
Fuck, daar is de scarab.
Is het 3 worden ding? Ja. Geef je spel zoveel extra stats?
Ja.
Oké. Nice. Ik zie hier in één keer die shop levelen van ploep. Zo nou.
Het is wel nice, sinds die shiny ring of zo in mijn shop kreeg, dan had ik die gewoon gehad. Maar ik heb hem nog maar 1 keer gehad.
Situation resembles a state of oxygen deprivation shock. A quick deal with the US might temporarily relieve the crisis, but if no progress is made, the economy could slide from shock into a more severe downturn. While China has called the upcoming Swiss talks a chance for equal negotiation, many views it as an attempt to de-escalate tensions, with some referring to it as a knee diplomacy. Apart from that, the Chinese officials chosen for this round of talks also signals a desire for peace. China initially intended to send its foreign minister, Wang Yi, but due to his wolf warrior approach, the US was not keen on him. The US had hoped for talks with Xi Jinping trusted ally Cai Qi, but he declined to attend. As a result, China has sent Vice Premier He Lifen a compromise choice. But some analysts believe that He Lifen may not be up to the task. Over the past year, he has appeared at international events attempting to improve China's image, but with little success. According to Overseas Report, his interactions with Western executives have been described as like talking to ChatGPT, rigid, dull, and lacking breakthroughs. Now he is set to attend the meeting with a vague slogan of mutual benefit, facing the sharp and experienced Scott Bessent. It may be difficult for him to gain an advantage at the negotiating table. On May 7th, Bessent was asked at a US House Financial Services Committee hearing if negotiation with China had entered a mature stage. He replied, "I said on Saturday we will begin, which I believe is the opposite of advanced."
Heb je nog een coin nodig? Ooh, look at what it is. Kan ik hem nog in 1 turn uitstekken?
Ik denk niet, maar ik niet moest zou ik weggaan, denk ik. Maar,
Echt?
ja, of misschien die Sinrunner. Ja, doe die
Ja.
Sinrunner maar. Die is nog niet gestekt.
Misschien kan ik nog wat vinden. Die ene coin.
Is ik voor battlegrounds mee of irritant hebben of zo?
I don't know. Het is een spel om die ding te buffen.
I mean, Beatles.
Ja, echt hè? De Beatles. Eén, twee, drie. 1, 2, 3. Ik heb geen plek. Maar niet uit. Ik doe het wel zo. 50 damage. So fucked up.
Shit is so fucking bad.
What's going on?
Het is echt alle van mijn stats is 1 keer Power Blast rollen met dingen.
What the fuck?
Oh boy.
probleem is met mijn boon, beetle boon, is om mijn beetle shit. Komt niet eens aan de beurt. 11, 11, 13, 13, 15, 15, 17, 17. 19, 19.
Ja, het is niet goed genoeg.
Er komt er nu een beetle bij. En dan heb ik geen plek. Ik hoop dat hij een beetle killt. Ja, dat is lang niet genoeg. No, wrong one.
Ah, je hebt wel zo'n grote unit gekild.
Ja, je hebt ook een unit. Lol.
A White House official added.
Ga maar af met die Joxeron, die Tastic Pastry, weet je. Want als je maar 2 units hebt. En dan gooi je ze elke keer die stats over van elkaar. Dan gaat het best wel hard.
Ik heb het 1 keer gerold en toen...
Komt op de, ja, die alligator.
Ja, ik kreeg gewoon echt helemaal niks om van te bouwen. Zij hadden echt fucking goede tier 6, super snel.
Ja, allebei ook. Die elemental dude en die beetle dude.
This is the initial triage of the extensive invasive surgery that is going to need to be taking place, meaning this is just the initial contact with no need for overinterpretation. Some media in China have also speculated that this negotiation is merely about testing each other's boundaries and determining where the other side's red lines are.
Wow, it's heating up. Both sides have officially announced that face-to-face talks will start in Switzerland this week. If some of you are getting excited after hearing this, hold on. Things are probably not as simple as they seem. Why Switzerland? It may seem like just a location issue.
Laten we gewoon weer de tier 7 pirate rollen. En overgooien. Captain Sanders of die tier 7 Quilbert is ook goed. Eén van die twee.
Ja. Captain Sanders overgooien is wel echt de shit.
Gewoon die tier 5 nodig, die Well-Wisher.
But there's deeper meaning behind it. What it really means is, since we're negotiating in a neutral place, there's nothing to hide. We'll lay all our cards on the table right from the start. Let me tell you, I have plenty of red lines. And the other side is saying, I have plenty of red lines too. So, the core purpose of this negotiation is actually to test each other's bottom lines, to figure out where those lines are. Tariffs have always been a long process of attrition. Short-term negotiations are just to limit the...
Okay, I guess I'm going Quilbar.
the losses temporarily, not to achieve a quick resolution. The bigger variable is Trump. You never know. When things are making progress, he could apply extreme pressure again. So, let me tell you, it's not that we're not optimistic, but when you see this news, you have to have a measuring stick. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning.
As a result, many are not hopeful that these talks will yield any meaningful agreements. On China's side, the government is currently stirring nationalism, fueling anti-American sentiments, and heightening public hostility. Furthermore, recent rumors about Xi Jinping's unstable power dynamics make it difficult for him to publicly back down. So, for political reasons, China cannot afford to make major concessions early on. On the US side, President Trump, during the swearing-in ceremony for the new US ambassador to China, David Perdue, on May 7th, was asked by the media if he would lower tariffs to bring China to the negotiating table. Trump clearly responded no. Therefore, tariff reductions are unlikely unless China makes concessions first. Mr. Wang Youchun, a former writer for the Chinese Communist Party's Politburo Standing Committee, noted that while the Swiss talks may seem like there are easing tensions between the US and China, there are at least 5 major deadlocks that will define the future of US-China relations. The first deadlock is a tariff war, which is a battle between two economic systems. The US practices a market economy where resources are allocated by the market, while China promotes a socialist market economy, which is, in reality, is a power economy controlled by the party. These two economic systems are fundamentally incompatible. On May 4th, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One, "I hope to reach a fair agreement with China. However, this is unlikely. China's concept of fairness differs from the US. In China, fairness is always tilted towards a party's benefit. Talking about fairness with China is like talking to a wall. As long as China's power-based economic model remains, the tariff issue will remain unresolved." The second deadlock is the fentanyl crisis, which has become both a moral and strategic issue. Fentanyl is the worst drug crisis in US history. In fiscal year 2024, the US seized 21,000 pounds of fentanyl, enough to take away 4 billion people's lives. A US House of Representatives report states that China has subsidized...
Shit, had ik kunnen weten.
Hit links. Glitch. Ik heb wel echt dikke gold boost gekregen deze turn. Come on, Kobors. Oh yes, that's a nice shot. Oké, hopelijk snipe ik de goeie. Yes.
Oh shit, that's pretty great.
Inderdaad. Ik hoopte op deze ook. Ik krijg hem shop en ik krijg hem ook nog een keer 2 ook. Crazy.
Illegal fentanyl precursors implemented export rebates and allowed online sales, all of which have fueled this crisis. After Trump took off
Een blood gem for you. Mag je nou maar niet buffen, hè?
Oh, je hebt al een rickety. Wow.
Yes, please. Oh, had je die goldcoin niet willen kopen?
Ja, maar 3 HP, weet je. Ik weet niet. Ik vind de laatste tijd een beetje duur. Want, deze games gaan zo snel. Deze nieuwe pack.
Maybe. Met jou overvangen.
Rickety, fucking goed.
Die zakt ook nog een shield erop.
Goeie trades, echt crazy.
Jesus. Oh. Whatever.
Nice trade, man.
Nice hit. Ja.
En gewonnen ook nog, crazy. Wow.
That's pretty nice.
34 gold to go. Mystery cube, I guess.
Ik zit tussen reusable batteries en golden eyes te twijfelen.
Oh. Die batteries is alleen goed als je de shop stackt. GoldenEye is denk ik dan beter, of die Worn Treasure Map. Dan kan je heel snel tieren.
GoldenEye kan ik ook een sanguine geven over een paar beurten.
Oh my god. True. Sowieso beste play is dat. Dus we moeten gewoon die busker halen voor de gold.
Goed.
Of die Arcanatron naar jou toe en dan doe ik gewoon Shiny Ring zelf.
That could be nice as well.
Oh nice. Die Arm of the Empire is ook echt fucking strong.
Ja. Ik moet nog 4 voor een triple reward.
Dus dan wil je eigenlijk gaan
Ik
tieren.
moet Vonnerbird levelen en dan een tier 5 of zo.
Ja. Als je nu al een Trekari krijgt, dan gaat die Rekatiri best wel goed.
Ja, Trekari met GoldenEye zo ook.
Wow. Yes, please. Do it.
Wil ik me voor. Extra attack is echt al instantly valuable.
Ja. 1-1. Ze denken dat er een groter uitkomt, maar die stats heeft ik alleen maar van die, van die cube.
Oh, nee. Nou, dan stack alleen met tand dus niet. Nou, oké, whatever.
1 keer het weggestekt, maar helaas.
Ja, on het uit.
Ja, ik heb een unit voor jou. Oké, met een beetje geluk. Dan triggert die Reborn ding, of die Meccano ding, of Reborn. Je zou misschien deze nog kunnen halen, als je iets verkoopt. Dat je die triple reward triggert. Maar ja, misschien kan je net zo goed dan tier opgaan van en dat tier roll in tier 6.
Ja.
Van de turn heb ik ook mijn quest klaar, denk ik. 12 gold to go. Ja, dan heb ik genoeg.
Even zien, maar dan moet ik iets van 1 gold kopen. Dus misschien moet ik dan freezen. En dan kan ik, als ik er 2 verkoop, kan ik Vonnerbird levelen. En tier up. Of en tier 6 rollen.
Het kost 11, je hebt 10. Je verkoopt 1 ding, ga je tier up, ja, en dan moet je nog iets verkopen en dat ding kopen, ja. Yes. I guess. Sowieso wordt. Als die Arcanatron eruit komt, dan ga je gelijk ownen.
Die worden erop.
Oh, hij heeft al Poki. Goed dat die meest linker van hem niet dood is. Van hem zijn 2-1. Die van mij, dus deze turn heeft hij hem gekregen. Oké. No, bitch. Waarom doet hij dat?
Dus fuck you. Ja, we lezen echt allebei.
Zo.
Ja,
Oei, oei. Oei, oei. Een keertje. Die andere. Wow.
As compensation.
Wow.
Nog een prickly haak.
Wil ik die prickly halen?
Ja, toch?
Maar wat ga ik weghalen?
Oh, je hebt de champion nu ook beschikbaar. I mean... Gooi dat op die en haal gewoon 1 triple.
Ik kan een tweede al. Kut. Wat haal ik? Zei je?
Nee, ik moet die spel gewoon triple halen. Dat is mijn oplossing. Ja, misschien toch die Bannerboard ditje. Ja.
De bannerboard ditje?
Ja.
Ja, I guess. Maar deze bufft wel die corrupted bitch.
Ja, maar het gaat allemaal om de in combat stacking.
Ja, true.
Ik heb een golden huizen. Als je geïnteresseerd bent.
Yes, of course. Ja, ik heb medelijden met hem.
Nee, die Bannerboard is gewoon niet zo boeiend als je gewoon heel veel in combat stackt.
Holy. Even wat hands erbij. Ik kan nog niet genoeg gems om andere dude deze.
Nee, precies.
Tier 6 leeft nog. Wauw. Holy.
Oh no, ik moet mijn Bannerboard verkopen, zegt hij dan.
Wacht. Misschien die meest rechter.
Ja, met die nieuwe T6 is dat wel de shit, hè?
Ja, denk het ook. Wat ga ik nemen? Random tier 5. Of calligraphy set. Waarschijnlijk is de calligraphy set beste.
Oh mijn god, is al op joh. Fuck.
Wat denk jij? De tier 5 rollen of die calligraphy set? De set natuurlijk hè.
Nou, die calligraphy set, je had zoveel summons ook. Dus ja. Waarom zie ik er nog in bij? Oh, voor die andere.
Ja.
Oh, Innkeeper's 10 is ook wel heel chill. Kom op, rol voor mij even die...
Dat is hem niet.
En dan geef ik jou deze, ja.
Hier is een triple. Misschien rol ik hem hier uit voor je. Nee, maar wel... Oh, een mobster kan ik ook nemen.
Jazeker. Ja.
Oh, wow.
Oh, en nog een corrupted bristler in de show.
Wil ik die halen ook? Is de vraag.
Ja.
Maar dan kan ik niet meer rollen. Of ik moet zo'n gullet weghalen. Dat kan ook.
Nee, je moet hem gewoon hebben en dan voor als die gold wordt, toch?
Ja, oké. Maar dan kan ik niet meer tier 6 rollen, hè?
Ja, oké. Rol je 1 tier 6 minder. Of tenminste, ik zou het gewoon zo laten.
Ja,
Het is looking good. En die bristler nog 1 naar rechts? I guess?
Ja. Wil je die armorspel niet al casten?
Nee, want we hebben het niet nodig. En ik hoop de tier 6 te vinden om dan een spelkast extra te hebben.
Maar wat als we nog een keer... Oh shit, hij heeft hem. Maar wat als we nog een keer armorspel krijgen?
Een moeilijke vraag stellen. Hij heeft wat ik wil, Golden Mechanome en die tier 6. Op kill ze.
Nou, het is over.
No, you bastard!
Dat is 15 damage. Ik heb tand nodig. Tand. En we gaan nu ook overleven, ze hebben 1 HP.
Ja,
Shit.
precies. Dit was de beurt op ze moesten killen.
Fuck. En ik had hem ook geheeld, dus ik niet geoond werd door die trade. Een Riven there. Die heb ik nodig. Wil je nog een Rickety Reaper pot?
Yes please.
Ik ga 1 glow gullet weghalen gewoon. Ik moet toch niet even naar plaatsen.
Blijf 4 kopen.
Coolborn Max.
Heb je mij 1 gold sponsor op een bepaalde manier? Nee, zeker niet.
Ik kan je een unit geven, werkt dat?
Ja, dat werkt.
I see its potential.
Op.
Oh my gosh, so bad. So bad.
Garbage.
So bad, so sad.
Superbly garbage.
Ik heb niet veel tijd meer, dus neem gewoon iets.
Extremely fucking garbage. Ik ga niet eens spelen die thuis is. So bad it is. Ah man.
For real.
Your efforts have borne fruit.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hij is aan het calculaten, shit. The game was deciding wie verdient er te winnen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No.
You stop hitting.
Ai, ai, ai.
Oké. Go now. Oh man, hij heeft alles wat ik wil hebben.
Deze ook al, maar... Daarvoor vinden we hem niet, natuurlijk.
Ja. Deze is al heel goed.
Ja. Boom. Oh, wat ik even summon 67, 37. What the fuck. Ik heb vooral nu die in-combat bitch nodig. De blood gems in combat geven meer. Die kroon of zo heb ik nodig. Kroon.
Oh. This one is for you.
Wat?
A fine performance.
Maar dit is helemaal is mooi.
Wow, nice. Nope, garbage. Corona. Wil je die hebben, Hologover?
Ah, moet ik eerst een lullabot hebben of zo voor de ruimte. Hij is wel goed, maar de dingen die ik nu heb wil ik niet vervangen.
Dus ga ik hem bottelen naar je of niet?
Ja, bottelen maar als je toch die spel hebt.
Come on. 3 little cooldoors. Ik ga denk ik... Tenminste, we zijn nog tegen de dooien, maar...
Ja.
Dus ik kan nog wel een turn stacken, denk ik.
Dan moet je hierna je prickly verkopen, denk ik. Voor
Ja.
2 little quillboys.
Ik denk het ook.
Your strength is eternal.
First, the US
Nou, ik heb nog een
imposed a
golden
20
ijsje.
Maybe voor mijn Rivendare of mijn Bristolbach.
Ja, of je 3 little quillboys. Nee, Rivendare is beter.
Ja. Buff. Uh-oh. Hij bent weer u. No! Dan gaan we nog verliezen. Oké.
Hij heeft ook al die tier 6. Waarom heeft iedereen die tier 6? Wat een ik. Deze basis heeft een full demon board en niet tier 6 om mij te fucken.
Dat is insane.
Oké.
percent tower.
Ik heb een kroon nodig. het handspel, I guess.
Oh, dat is wel goed.
Crown. Als jij er nog eentje kan winnen voor mij, dan heb ik een triple in 1 turn.
Nope, total garbage.
Zal ik deze spel kopen?
Welk spel?
Deze. Of zal ik gewoon rollen voor een crown?
Zou die spel maar kopen, denk ik. Ik krijg in ieder geval deze van mij.
Wat ga oh, mijn Piper gaat weg. Zal ik jou die geven? Of zal ik hem verkopen? Verkopen. Wat maak ik rolt mijn Rivendare? Ja.
Ja.
Wat zou ik weghalen voor die Needling Crown? De Gullet of de Loyal Mobster?
Loyal Mobster. Doet pijn om dat te denyen, maar
dat
is sowieso beter.
Oh shit, mijn Bristler moest meer naar achteren. Wow! En hij duwt hem ook nog.
Ah, die staat.
Ja, en hij duwt hem ook nog. Boom. En boom. I don't think we win, maar who knows. Coolberg kan best wel in één keer helemaal uit de lijn gaan, uit het niets.
We hadden hun echt moeten killen die keer dat jouw precies wordt gespeeld.
Echt hè? Dan hadden we nu dit probleem niet.
Iedereen heeft mijn fucking automaton ding. Oh yes.
Ik weet niet. Hij hielde bijna.
Oh.
Dat die dingen heeft, weet je.
Ja, ik snap hem.
Hit me wees linker please als gay. Oké, gay. Ultra gay. Dat is echt kut.
Ja.
En die gaat natuurlijk ook als eerste dood.
Ja, dat is bijna niet te vermijden.
Deze dude is super weak, dus we winnen alsnog. We hebben begonnen.
Oké.
Hij heeft één Leroy, maar dat werkt niet. Jammer van.
Hij had er 2 moeten hebben.
Nou, hij had er nog,
nog
nog 2.
Nee, hij had er nog iets meer moeten hebben. Dat komt nog
Lekker.
Get fucked! Ik heb die tier 6 niet nodig, bitches.
Oh, geant. Ik dacht echt, damn, dit gaan we verliezen. En dan zie ik
Ja,
zijn bord.
en dus is ally, denk ik, wacht,
Oh. What a nice surprise.
GG.
GG. Hij heeft hem gewoon gevoerd volgens mij. Al die spels en zo.
Ik ga even drinken pakken.
Yes.
From China due to this issue. But China denies responsibility, claiming it is America's problem. BBC fact checks show that US legal documents detail cases of Chinese manufacturers selling fentanyl precursors through encrypted platforms. In China's highly monitored society, the continued flow of fentanyl precursors is not an accident, but a strategic move to weaken the US. China may make surface promises during the Swiss talks to lower tariffs, but meaningful action is unlikely. The third deadlock is virus origin investigation, which is also a matter of responsibility and compensation. The 2020 COVID-19 pandemic infected 777 million people globally and killed 7 million, with over 1 million deaths in the US. Trump's major economic achievement in his first 3 years were destroyed by the pandemic. After the outbreak, China's numerous unusual actions have suggested that it has been trying to cover up the truth. The White
Fuck is
House
dit? Ik kan 3 keer op rij guf zijn.
I mean...
It's not bad, maar er zijn echt heroes die ik nooit zie en dan denk ik, oh guf. Wil je guf? Wil je nog een keer guf? Hey, goed. You liked Guff, right? You just won with Guff. Want another one?
Volgende game weer.
What the fuck is dit? Die chance is so fucking low.
Echt, hè?
3 keer op rij Guff.
Moet deze game winnen ook weer. Dat is een van mijn heroes die ik moet hebben.
Ja, jij wel.
Ik had er vandaag ook weer eens zo'n deze Ysera game, maar draak is gewoon bijna onmogelijk om mee te winnen.
Draken zijn niet wat ze geweest zijn. Het was een periode dat draak hartstikke dominant was.
Ja.
I mean, I guess I'll...
Ik kan niet eens meer de Imp Terragosa beeld doen. Waarschijnlijk moet gewoon Naga gaan of Beast. Een van die twee. Of Demons maybe. En dan gewoon alle draken ignoren. Maar dat is moeilijk om te doen, weet je, als je elke keer draken ziet. Oh.
April 2025 update on the COVID.gov website clearly states that the pandemic originated from a lab leak in Wuhan. China strongly denies this and even claims the virus could have originated in the US. In March, a federal judge in Missouri ruled that China must pay $24 billion for hiding the truth in the early stages of the pandemic. If the lab leak is confirmed, global claims could reach trillions of dollars, putting China's regime at unprecedented.
Misschien moet ik dit inlokken en dan kan ik tenminste deze spel kopen. En nog een unit. Maar... I don't know, dat zijn zoveel betere units. Tier 2.
Zei je?
Ik zat te denken om dit te vriezen voor die 2 uur. Want daar heb ik tenminste 5 gold, weet je, maar... Fuck it. Terran is tier 2 geworden. Met niks op zijn bord.
Lep ze.
Geslept.
Get fucked. That's pretty nice.
Fuck, ik kan niet moeten cry halen.
Hij heeft een tabby cat gekregen.
Zonder cryfall. Vorige keer dat ik de cryfall speelde, like 5 games geleden of zo, dan had ik dat ook. Echt kut. Niet eens de
Deze scout kon je kopen, verkopen en dan nog de low fly aan of zo om mensen te laten. Maar dat had je ook kunnen doen voor 5.
Ja.
Maar dit is op zich ook wel interessant, Born. Of shop.
Ja.
Bord is niet echt interessant.
Als ik die tier 6 krijg, dan kan ik misschien ook naar.
Dat is fishy. Oh no. Even een cup leven.
This is the time for resolve.
Kom of ik die low flyer ook wil.
Je moet niet je welpsmugler vooraan zetten, hij gaat stukjes dood.
Goed dat je zegt.
Ik zou freeze voor de low flyer, denk het wel. Maar iemand kan Vulnerable level low flyer kopen.
Ja.
Nice hit. Oh shit. Fucker.
Low flyer gaat niet heel veel buffen, weet je. Dus ik hem kan HP of damage stacken.
Ja, gewoon levelen en dan hopen
Ja.
dat je de...
Poot eruit krijgt.
Ja.
Ja, poot zou echt goed zijn. Kan ik HP stacken. Die shit.
Your efforts have borne fruit.
Yikes.
Ik kilde heel die ondingen nog, maar verder...
The battle rages eternal. It bears new strength.
Selfless Sightseer. Heb jij misschien een Rylak? Oké.
Nee, jij hebt er eigenlijk.
Ja. Ik heb ze allebei in één Discover, weet je. Rylak, please. Oké, Poet werkt ook. You just don't understand me. Als ik nu een Rylak vind, kan nog best wel wat doen met die gold elke keer stacken.
Ga je altijd spelkracht krijgen? Nee. Ik heb nog niks wat echt payoff heeft.
Your efforts have borne fruit.
Heal.
Ja, al die
Heal.
low attack.
Nou, die is even... Maar hij healed.
7 is niet
En
genoeg.
hij healed.
Get fucked, bitch.
Holy shit. Ah. Holy fuck, hij ownt mij nog steeds.
The risk.
Het zou fijn zijn als al die kleine
China
jou nog
is
even een keer
unlike-
wat goed zit. Dus,
Echt, hè?
Ik heb echt 3 gold gekregen in de random spelkracht.
Hey James. I'm alright. How have you been, bro?
I mean, that's pretty nice.
Yes. Ik wist dat ik dit zou krijgen. Ik wou hem nog verkopen. Ik dacht, zat er nog aan te denken. Misschien moet ik hem verkopen, maar... Ik wou mezelf niet jinxen. had er gewoon niet aan moeten denken. Dat is het probleem.
Ja.
Alright. Ik wil echt mijn patient scout verkopen. Nu. Ik ga hem verkopen, oké? Als ik die tier 5 krijg van mijn temperance spells gaan omhoog. Die moet ik hebben namelijk. Dat is lekker. Een van de meest belangrijke. Oh, ik heb hem nog echt ook.
Nee.
Zo, vind je het erg als ik die coin haal? Dan kan ik die tabby cat... Oh, ik ben een retard. Dan moet ik ook maar... Ik kan mijn sideser weghalen. Dan krijg ik een...
Ja, je moet wel opschieten. Ik ga je nog iets geven wat je moet spelen.
Oké. Holy shit, yes. Whatever. I don't know. Shit. Too late. Oh, mijn shit staat verkeerd ook nog. Fuck. No.
Nou, de games.
Nou, deze game neem ik even een break ook. Maar ik kom later weer terug natuurlijk.
Ja, ik moet om, wat is het? 4:30 weg.
Oké.
Dus als je een break neemt, dan is het waarschijnlijk klaar.
Yes, I guess so. Ik kan maybe nog vanavond ook spelen, maar... Oh, no way.
Dood, what the fuck.
Oké, well. Rip. We hebben eerst tweede trinket. Draken is zo moeilijk, I don't know. Ik ben gewoon zo weak.
Ja, mijn shit was ook niet echt aan het gaan. Ik had niks wat te pay-off aan.
Fuck. Ik kan nooit winnen met die, just zeggen.
Ik kon wachten op de patch waar Dragons wel weer sterk zijn.
Holy shit.
Er waren op een gegeven moment patches dat Dragons fucking OP waren en toen was het fucking easy en was dat een van de beste champions.
Ja, echt hè. Dan wou je juist die spelen.
Ja.
Ik kan nog wel vanavond spelen of zo, ik weet niet of jij dan ook kan.
Ja, waarschijnlijk pas echt 11, 12 uur of zo dat ik weer...
Oké, we'll see. I don't know.
Oké.
Later.
See you later.
Laters. I'm doing good, just a little wrapped up with finals coming up, so it's difficult to be here all the time recently, but Saturdays is a nice days off. Nice. It is. I need to take a break now though. So, I'll see you again next time.